Aloha and welcome to the second annual International Yoga Day in Hawaii. We are being presented by the Gandhi International Institute for Peace as well as Still and Moving Center. So as you join this meeting, you will be muted and camera functions have been turned off. But you can, however, participate by using the chat function just at the bottom of your screen or the Q&A function if you have questions for the panelists. Still and Moving Center support staff are on call if you need to give us a call at 808-397-7678 for any technical questions. All of the biographies for our speakers today are online on our website, stillandmovingcenter.com under events. And please check us out at stillandmovingcenter.com. We have ongoing online yoga classes, over 60 classes a week. They are virtual, live, and interactive. And so now please join us in welcoming our host for today, Ms. Willow Chang. Mahalo.
Aloha and welcome. Aloha and welcome. Please welcome Mr. Raj Kumar, founder and president of Gandhi International Institute of Peace. In December of 2018, Raj initiated the bill HB 349 into Hawaii legislature to declare June 21st as International Yoga Day in Hawaii. The Senate and the House passed the bill unanimously, and Honolulu Governor David Ige signed into the bill in Act 2102 in June 2019. Raj will start the second annual celebration off with the Gayatri Mantra. The Gayatri Mantra, written in Sanskrit, translates to the eternal earth, air, heaven, that glory, that resplendence of the sun. May we contemplate the brilliance of that light. May the sun inspire our minds. The purpose is one, to give back to the sun. The mantra is a gift back to the sun, an offering of gratitude to refuel the sun's gracious offering, also known as a puja, to seek wisdom and enlightenment, and thirdly, as an expression of gratitude to both the life-giving sun and the divine.
Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tassaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tassaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tassaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tassaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tassaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tassaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat.
Namaste and aloha, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us to celebrate Second International Yoga Day in Hawaii. For International Yoga Day, people around the world are all set to take their mats out and exercising, but they might not be aware that yoga goes back centuries. Yoga is considered to be an ancient practice that originated 5,000 years ago in India. Yoga is the Sanskrit word for union. It creates union between the individual soul and the creator. It is a spiritual path to control the mind and senses and to know one's higher self, a purpose in life, and it encourages living in harmony in society with others and nature. Yoga has been beneficial in keeping the body and mind in sound health. A holistic approach, yoga targets all the different systems of the body and mind. The asanas makes the body strong and flexible. As health improves, the mind too is renewed with confidence. The practice of pranayama, which is known as breathing exercise, pranayama means a life force and extension of life force, which regulates the purification of the internal system and the organs, acting as a superior and able supplements to asanas. The energy that is generated into the chakras, our energy wheels in the body, through these physical practices is then channeled into meditation, which we call dhyana, for stability, tranquility, and peace in the mind. Some of the health benefits of yoga are that it improves flexibility, builds strength, increases muscle tone and definition, improves balance, support joint health, prevents back pain, teaches better breathing, fosters mental calmness, increases self-confidence. The idea of International Yoga Day was first proposed by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on September 27, 2014, during his speech at the UN General Assembly, where a resolution to establish June 21 as International Yoga Day was introduced by Indian Ambassador Ashok Kumar Mukherjee. The date of June 21 was chosen as it is the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Overall, the resolution received support from 177 nations, the highest number of co-sponsors for any UN resolution. The United Nations adopted this resolution on December 11, 2014, proclaiming June 21st as the International Day of Yoga. Here in Hawaii, Gandhi International Institute of Peace initiated Bill SB 267 and HB 349 in the Hawaii legislature to proclaim June 21st as International Yoga Day in Hawaii in December 18. The House and the Senate passed the bill unanimously, and Hawaii's governor, David Y. Ige, signed it into Act 102 in June 2019. Hawaii became the first state in the United States to pass such an important bill and to raise awareness about health. GIIP with the Still and Moving Center had a great inaugural last year. And here's the photo. I would like to special thanks to Reneé, Neela, Senator Gabbard, and Senator Brian Taniguchi to introduce the bill in the Hawaii legislature in 2019. And we also got a very special certificate for today's celebration from the Hawaii Senate. Thank you, Senator Mike Gabbard. This year's International Yoga Day is being celebrated on digital platform owing to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has drastically affected our way of life. In keeping with the spirit of yoga and health experts' recommendation, we want to do our part to avoid spreading COVID-19. This is the perfect opportunity for people to be able to join us as a family and become part of healthy journey of yoga. Yoga plays a significant role during global crisis of COVID-19 as yoga boosts our immunity and is known to cure respiratory disorders. Pranayama or breathing exercises increases our oxygen intake by up to 5 times. Through this rich oxygenation of blood to the brain, heart, lungs, and digestive system, our organs functioning is vastly improved, thus also improving our overall health. As a healing and other alternative form of therapy, yoga helps to relieve stress and keeps the mind calm. Yoga at the workplace keeps the workforce healthy and happy, eliminates stress and anxiety, and promotes a sense of clarity and calmness. Yoga is known to increase focus and performance quality, thereby increasing the productivity. Along with good physical health, practicing yoga also improves stamina and maintains flexibility. Most importantly, it builds employees' morale and helps the workplace environment vibrant. Therefore, yoga is a way of life, and it promotes health and well-being and insight into addressing environmental concern and facilitating world peace. In the end, I would like to say that yoga is a mirror to look at ourselves from within. Yoga does not just change the way we see things in the outer world, it transforms the person who sees. Yoga is not a workout, it is a work in. Today, we celebrate together the physical and spiritual prowess that yoga has brought to the world stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. And now our Still and Moving Center Kumahula, Malia Helela, followed by the owner and director of Still and Moving Center, Reneé Tillotson.
Aloha mai kako. We have so many chants that honor the sun. We recognize that as the sun rises in the east, it signals the beginning of a new day and just the beginning of the opportunity for life. And so this is a chance to not only wake up the sun, but to wake up all of us as people so that we can move forward into our active days. E ala wa mala wa hele kana kaya iluna wa kayo ka o ka ula ka o ka lei. Na we hoi ka puava uli puava ke amoa kane moa hine mahikina ka o lalei kalani. O va o ka lio he aka. O ke aka no ia mai ka iki ku aka iki moe mai ka iki kapa ua e ka ne. Eia makapule ka vaioha. Kana ina ia o e ke akua. E ola no e. E ola.
Namaste and aloha to all of us who are joining us for International Yoga Day. I wanted to take this opportunity as the director of Still and Moving Center to talk about both movement and stillness and their importance in yoga. I want to, as we go along, begin talking about Raja Yoga. This is a book published by Concord Grove Press that you can see how it's spelled, Raja Yoga. Raj means king. Our first speaker today was Raj Kumar, as a matter of fact. So the kingly yoga, it could be called. Most of us in America, as Raj indicated to begin with, are very familiar with now, in this day and age, the physical practices of yoga. And indeed, there are so many health benefits to yoga, which Raj so aptly alerted us to. And I've heard it said by some of the Indian yoga teachers that I know that we in the West have, with our great concern for the physical body, actually gone a long ways in terms of developing and practicing our physical yoga, our asana practice. And we have made great discoveries on our side that were no doubt known in the Eastern world before about all of the benefits. We've really concentrated the yoga teachers that I know here on the island of Oahu to make sure that our asana practices are very anatomically correct, that they are good for the body, that the joints are moving in ways that are best for joints to move. And so when we place ourselves in alignment in yoga, we are placing our bodies in positions that enhance the physiology, the anatomy of the human body. And that's a wonderful thing to do, and it does greatly enhance the health of the body. That's not all there is to yoga. Even when you add the pranayama practice of engaging the breath in certain, and you find a greater ability to find calm and to find different energy channels actually in the body when one progresses very far along the pranayama path. There's still something beyond that that yoga has to offer. One of the greatest yogic texts was published or was given by the sage Patanjali. And what he starts talking about is not enjoyed additional facility that we have living in a body when we've an asana or the practice of yoga different years. So why is he talking about controlling the mind? And we can look to another Hindu text for some indications about why that might be. And if we read the Bhagavad Gita, a text that features the teachings of Krishna to his student Arjuna on the battlefield, Krishna is talking to Arjuna. Krishna is talking to Arjuna about the problem of our desires and our desires running away with us. And those desires tend to be based on things of the sensory world. They could be things a little bit above the sensory world, but they're things. They're things that we want. We may have risen above the desire, although it's not easy, for different things that we want to eat, different things that we want to enjoy, like jewels or whatever it is in the world that gives us pleasure. And yet, there may be other things that we want. We may want status. We may want approval in other people's eyes. We may want to feel accepted We may want fame. And these are still things that we cling on to. And as we find that these things are slipping away from us, that we may not attain what we want, we go into these different emotions. It could be anger, it could be despair, it could be jealousy. All these different emotions begin to take hold of us. And as they take hold of us, we are less and less in control of how we live our lives. And Krishna says that this is something that actually we do have a way to gain control over, that we can gain the reins. And we can become what he calls a self-governed sage. Self-governed, government, mastery, kingship, queenship. Something about being able to control our own minds puts us in the driver's seat of what happens in our lives. Even if we cannot necessarily control the events that come our way, as we begin to gain greater and greater mental control, we can affect our response to those events. So instead of crumbling in the face of very detrimental circumstances, we can rise and show a nobility, a courage that can not only lift ourselves out of a feeling of victimhood, it can also raise up the courage and the inspiration of all those around us. As we plant certain kinds of thoughts in our minds, as we deliberately choose our thoughts, we are doing something like planting a garden or even planting a forest. When we plant a garden, we know that we can begin to attract to it butterflies and honeybees. There are scientific studies that show that by growing a forest where there once was a desert, we can now begin to attract rain clouds to that desert. And in a similar way that we can actually change the landscape in the physical world, we can effect a change in the landscape of our internal world. And this happens by our choosing our thoughts, by becoming the person holding the reins of our own thoughts. This is something, therefore, that is to be wished for. Sometimes I think when I hear of rulership, mastery, I have this kind of democratic distaste. And yet when I realize that I'm talking about ruling myself so that I am not impacted by outside influence nearly as much as by what I choose to direct my attention to, then I realize that this self-mastery, this rulership, is actually giving me enormous freedom. I am being freed from all of these externals that could otherwise just buffet me about, and I choose my own course. This is a goal, of course, to be striven for. And it's one that is pointed out by the path of Raja Yoga, the kingly yoga. So I hope that all of us, as we're giving our consideration today to yoga as a field of study and practice, that we will also consider some of the higher aspects of yoga that are also available to us and pointed out through the study of the entirety of the yoga practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reneé. I would like to give acknowledgement here via the center of who we have lined up today. We have a wonderful array of speakers and presenters, practitioners, healers who have a wealth of information that they would like to share with you. We would like to simply take this moment to read the names of who will be presenting today. If you care to find out more information, as we mentioned earlier, all of the bios are available on stillandmovingcenter.com, so please follow through with that. I think you'll find it very rewarding. We have Lieutenant Governor Josh Green of Hawaii, Senator Mike Gabbard of Oahu, Mantra with Zeny Ogrisseg at Still and Moving Center, Oahu, Mandala Flow Practice with Kara Miller, Still and Moving Center, Oahu, Ahimsa, that's me, chat with Willow Chang, Still and Moving Center, Oahu, lecture on TCTSY, Trauma Sensitive Yoga with Jody Hassel, Alaska, AIReal Yoga Demo with Carmen Curtis, California, Yoga and Ayurveda for Daily Living with Dr. Suhas, Kshirsagar, California, Pranayama Breathing with Yogi Ramesh, Pandey, California, Dr. David Frawley, American Institute of Vedic Studies, New Mexico, Shivamukti Yoga Practice with Sarah McTee, Still and Moving Center, Oahu, and Ramdas Lam, New Age Department of Religion, Oahu. Let it be known that you're welcome to pop in and out of our presentation using our Zoom link or view the event live on Still and Moving Center Facebook page. So you have many options how to view this. We encourage you to share. If you are watching us on Facebook Live, you're welcome to start a watch party and let your friends know that they have this opportunity to learn and explore some healing through the journey of yoga. For those of you just joining, my name is Willow Chang. I'm going to be your MC today, and I am also an instructor here at the Still and Moving Center. I teach an array of different modalities and practices concentrated frequently in dance, Waksharki, which is also known as belly dance, Bollywood, which has its roots and origins and inspiration from India. I studied hula extensively with Alicia Smith. She was my first kumo, and I've studied many different dance forms, everything from Argentine tango to Japanese butoh. In addition to this journey of dance, something that has been really instrumental and integral to the healing of the mind, the body, and the spirit has been how yoga has been a part of that journey. And my yoga practice, enhanced by all the various gurus that I have studied with, is something that I know that gives me a foundation from which I could share not only to my students, but to myself. It's incredibly important in these times to find center and to give back to yourself, so therefore you can in turn be of service to others. I am delighted and honored to be a part of today's program in this capacity. And I certainly hope that we will see each other sometime soon, whether it's online or in the near future in person. On with our program. Our next speaker is Lieutenant Josh Green. Josh Green is a local doctor, a husband, and a father of two who has spent his life caring for Hawaii families. The hopes, challenges, and values of the family he cares for inspire Josh to do more to make life better for the people of Hawaii, and he is honored to serve as their Lieutenant Governor. Senator Mike Gabbard, who will follow, represents Hawaii's 20th Senatorial District of West Oahu. He is a practicing Catholic and has been a practitioner of Bhakti Yogi for over 45 years and helped pass legislation to recognize June 21st as International Yoga Day in our state.
said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service to others. So it's been an extraordinary pleasure to serve as your Lieutenant Governor. Today, I'm going to say a few words about health and about yoga. I don't do yoga every day. I think people can probably divine that from seeing me. However, I am a supporter of yoga, and my aunt is actually an expert yogi, which is something to be shocked about in the Green family. Yoga is very important to the connection between mind and body, and it has that spiritual component to it that a lot of people miss out on in America. In the state of Hawaii, we've been lucky. We've been considered the healthiest state in America, which is something to be proud of. Our people live longer than most other people across the country. Obviously, we have multiple ethnicities. Some are healthier than others, and some of these challenges are our greatest challenges in the state of Hawaii. But if everyone spent more time on their spiritual self and on meditation and on yoga, we would be able to do even better than we do today. We know that people want to be outdoors in Hawaii. We know that we have several advantages over the mainland, but this is something that we could add to what we do in the state. It's very exciting to see people focusing on other modalities of health and exercise than the traditional ones of just running or lifting weights. This is a true way to find health. I wish I had the patience or time to do it every day. It's something that we can all improve on. Now, the concept of yoga, which is centering oneself through discipline, is very important. And it's important because when you do that, you're able to strengthen your immune system. Many of the challenges we have in healthcare right now, and I could say this as a physician, is that we have people who have suffered weakened immune systems. And that is of great danger to us, especially in a time when we're facing a pandemic like we are with COVID-19. The stronger people can be, the more they do for their overall health, and yoga can absolutely be a part of that, the less susceptible we'll be to pandemics, to other infectious disease, to chronic illness like diabetes, heart disease, and hypertension. All of these illnesses, these chronic diseases, are improved when people do yoga, when they get outside and exercise, when they have a centered self. I know that people are coping with the stresses of this outbreak. Yoga is also an extraordinary way for people to deal with the stresses of daily life. Not enough Americans are able to meditate. Not enough Americans take the time to actually perform yoga at home. So this is a great way for us to change our ways and get better. Once again, Hawaii has been known to be the healthiest state in America, but it can only go even further ahead of the other states across the country. Places like Vermont that are very healthy, New Hampshire, they would never compare to us day to day, but if we were able to add yoga to our discipline here in our state, we'll be even another step ahead. So we should do what we can to encourage those among us to meditate, to do yoga, to be mindful of themselves, and to follow the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi. It's something that's special to me. I've always loved studying Mahatma Gandhi's words. And I will finally say that when we talk about the strength of the human condition, Mahatma Gandhi said, strength does not come from physical capacity, it comes from an indomitable will. And that is what we have to have in these tough days here in America as we face this crisis and as we add good, healthy modalities to our lifestyle. Aloha, thank you again for including me. It's an honor to be your Lieutenant Governor. Take care. I'll conclude with my favorite pose.
Savasana.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Green. And now we have a message from Senator Mike Gabbard.
Aloha and namaste. Nice to be with you today. And I'm Carol Gabbard, Mike Gabbard's wife for over 52 years. And my favorite state senator asked me today to fill in for him because he couldn't refuse a Father's Day invitation from his 3 sons to play golf out at Turtle Bay Palmer Course, which was arranged months ago. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to read his statement today. And I just want to thank, Josh too, for your good message and everyone's very helpful messages this morning so far, or this afternoon. So here's from Mike. Mahalo to the Gandhi International Institute of Peace and the Still and Moving Center for hosting today's event. And to the notable speakers who are already also participating virtually today. It's an honor to participate in this second annual celebration of Hawaii in Hawaii to commemorate International Yoga Day. Last year, I worked with my colleagues at the legislature to help pass into law Act 102 that designated June 21st of each year as International Yoga Day. As a personal note, I am a practicing Catholic, but have also been a Bhakti Yoga practitioner for over 45 years. And I'd like to mention too that our daughter, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, continues to be an advocate for yoga in the US Congress. In 2013, she was sworn in as a member of the US Congress on the sacred Vedic scripture of the Bhagavad Gita. She also introduced a resolution in 2017 to express support for the designation of June 21st as International Yoga Day. She is a Vaishnava Hindu and also practices Hatha Yoga. And as mentioned before, we have presented a certificate to Dr. Kumar from the Senate for his efforts with the Gandhi International Institute of Peace for making this commemoration possible. And I will read, Mike would like me to read just a little bit from this certificate. The International Day of Yoga declared that, declared by the United Nations and the General Assembly in 2014, thanks to the efforts of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his UN address that year. The following year, on June 21st, 2015, observance of the event began and millions of people across the world participated. In India alone, 35,985 people, including Prime Minister Modi and dignitaries from 84 nations, performed yoga asanas for 35 minutes in New Delhi. They set 2 Guinness World Records for the largest yoga class and for the largest number of participating nationalities. The day was observed by millions across the world. And locally, the Gandhi International Institute for Peace worked with the state legislature in 2019 to designate June 21st as International Yoga Day in Hawaii. In the process, I officially recognized yoga as a long-standing aspect of Indian civilization and a gift to humanity. Its practice is beneficial to the people of Hawaii, including children, as it lowers stress, reduces health problems, and health insurance costs, as well as promotes healthy living among adults and the elderly population. The Gandhi Institute for Peace was founded by Dr. Raj Kumar with the mission to provide information, consultation, education, and training in nonviolent conflict resolution. The Institute was also successful in having Hawaii State Legislature commemorate the enduring legacy of Mohandas Gandhi as Gandhi Day on annually October 2nd, the birthday of this very inspiring man. Hawaii State Senate hereby honors and congratulates the Gandhi International Institute for Peace upon Hawaii's 2nd annual celebration of International Yoga Day. Mahalo for promoting the practice of yoga to increase the health and well-being of the people of Hawaii. Namaste. That is that was on the certificate. And in my view, yoga is the perfect antidote to help us relieve the stress and the tension caused by the current COVID-19 crisis and the racial strife that currently is shaking our nation and a way of life. I also want to wish a happy Father's Day, first to our Supreme Father, known in Hawaii as Keakua, and to all the dads in the world. Mahalo ke akua, me ke aloha, God bless you, and have a wonderful day. And thank you for inviting us and allowing me to speak on Mike's behalf. Wish you all a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gabbard. So we're moving on to our first yoga practices for the day. A small note of housekeeping and just some friendly tips that might help you in this pursuit of health and knowledge. We invite you to create a space at home to start this journey. We encourage you to clear the space and clear the floor, move those coffee tables aside or anything that might that could possibly injure you in the pursuit of health. We don't want you to hit your head or stub a toe. If you feel that you might be making noise, if you're in a situation where you don't want to have noise heard, if you have earphones, that's an option. I've been in situations where I don't feel a level of comfort to have noise being made from a broadcast. If you have earphones, that's a solution. I encourage you to have some water nearby. It's very easy to get dehydrated, and although you wouldn't want to do these things on a full stomach, staying hydrated is essential for overall health. I would also encourage you to put your phone on silent if you have that as an option. That will give you the time to focus on what's being shared right now and lessen the interruptions. Now, these are all ideal settings, and I completely understand that you may not have all of those ducks in a row. What matters most is that you are here, so you can also learn in different ways. You can observe, take notes, share it with a friend, and return back to any of these practices, and we encourage you to do that. Thank you for listening. And of course, if you have questions, we have people who are standing by, and you can send a chat or a call or a message. We're here to help. So, moving right along, we have two teachers from the Still and Moving Center that will be sharing their practices with you. We have Zeny Ogrisseg. One of these days I'm going to pronounce that properly, so my apologies. And Carol Miller, who will lead their respective practices back to back. So we're going to have two of these back to back. About Zeny, she's a yoga instructor, a musician, a sound healer, and a Sri Veda practitioner. Promotes a yogic way of life, not just the practice on the mat. With a passion for sacred music, Zeny plays the piano, harp, harmonium, and Tibetan singing bowls, and her main instrument is her voice. She has a gift for Sanskrit chanting and conducts kirtan and chanting sessions all over Oahu, and today she will lead us into mantra. Following Ms. Zeny, we have Kara Miller. Kara believes yoga is a vehicle for personal development and growth, thus is committed to holding a safe and sacred space for her students. She holds annual yoga empowerment and service retreats in Crozet, Micronesia, and is currently building a yoga empowerment project for Pacific Islander women in the islands she works on. Her affinity for Pacific Island culture and nuances is strong, and she is passionate about working alongside and supporting the people of this region. Today, she will lead us in a mandala flow.
Namaste, everybody. So I'm really honored to share mantra with you. That is my main yoga practice. I do all the postures, I meditate and do all of those things, but mantra really feeds my soul. And so I'm going to share a little mantra with everybody, but just touching on what Lieutenant Governor Josh Green said about how yoga really enhances our health. The postures definitely can work with the body, enhancing physical health. So what is the place and value of mantra? So mantra is one of the tools that the yogis use to cultivate a healthy mind. So you've heard of the term sound body and sound mind, and it's directly related to the healing power of mantra and the healing power of sound. So There's been a lot of research that has gone into the health benefits of mantra. For example, if you've heard of transcendental meditation, it's a form of meditation that basically focuses on using mantra. In modern times, people use affirmations, which can be thought of as a form of mantra. So how to understand this is when you have a lot of negative thinking happening in your mind, it definitely can affect your emotions. It can affect your body. For example, if you're having anxious thoughts, anxiety, some people today suffer from panic attacks, this kind of thing. So the way that a mantra helps is instead of thinking all of these negative things, we were going to think positive things. And it works exactly as the affirmations that many of us do. When you just repeat the positive thought versus the negative thought, can we see the practical value in that? So it's really that simple. But I'm going to go ahead and share the mantra with you. So if the admin could pull that up. So this mantra is a verse from a stotra written by Adi Shankara, who is one of the greatest yogis of all time that lived about 800 to maybe 1,000 years ago in India. And he was a great Raja yogi, and he was presumably a great mantra yogi because he wrote these stotrams, which are like long mantras to different deities. And one of the main ones is Shiva. So as many of you know, at the Still and Moving Center, we have the big Shiva mandala there. And Shiva represents our deepest inner awareness. So Shiva is also called Shambho, or the auspicious one. And when we chant to Shiva, we are trying to cultivate that connection to the Shiva within ourselves, the deepest aspect of ourselves that in Sanskrit we call it the Atma, or the soul. So we're not bowing or praying to something outside that is, somewhere in the clouds, but something that we're trying to cultivate within ourselves. So getting into the mantra, the meaning of this mantra is salutations to Shiva, the auspicious one who is our own inner awareness. So when you've meditated or gone to a yoga class, you know how at the end you just feel that bliss, that calmness, that feeling of deep connection and centeredness. That is Shiva. That is the Shiva consciousness. So he is our own inner awareness and the soul of our being. And he is also the Lord of yogis, the first yogi, who removes the difficulties of his devotees. Salutations to that Shiva. So I'm going to chant just the first verse. So the stotra has many verses, but this is kind of like the main chorus line, which those of you that want to try chanting, we're going to do it together. This is in a Carnatic style. So Carnatic music is the classical music tradition from South India. And let me just turn on the Shruti. So as we chant, I'd like you to close your eyes and just try to tune in to your own inner awareness, your own inner soul. Rudram Pashupatim Sthanam Neelakantam Umapatim Namami Kshirsagar Devam Kim no Mrityu Karishyate Namah Shivaya Shambhaya Haraye Paramatmane Pranata Kleshanashaya Yoginam Pataye Namaha. So let's try the mantra as you have on your screen. We'll do it line by line. And the easiest way to learn it is just to do a call and response. So I will chant, and then you can chant right after me. And we'll do it a few times. So here we go. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Your turn. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Just like that. Let's try it again. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Your turn. Now the second line. Haraye Paramatmane. So the pitch is going up. Haraye Paramatmane. Your turn. So Paramatma is the soul of our being. Haraye Paramatmane. Now the third line. Pranata Kleshanashaya. Pranata Kleshanashaya. And then the last line, Yoginam Pataye Namaha, the Lord of Yogis. Yoginam Pataye Namaha. Yoginam Pataye Namaha. Do you have it? Okay, let's try it again. Each line we'll do once. I chant and then you chant after me. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Haraye Paramatmane. Pranata Kleshanashaya. Yoginam Pataye Namaha. Let's try it one more time. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Haraye Paramatmane. Haraye Paramatmane. Pranata Kleshanashaya. Pranata Kleshanashaya. Yoginam Pataye Namaha. So now I'm going to do the whole mantra a couple of times, and if you've got it, just try along with me. Here we go. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Haraye Paramatmane. Pranata Kleshanashaya. Yoginam Pataye Namaha. Again. Namah Shivaya Shambhaya. Haraye Paramatmane. Pranata Kleshanashaya. Yoginam Pataye Namaha. So if you've never done mantra before, this can be maybe a little bit challenging. But what's special about this mantra is that the first part of it actually is a very powerful mantra. Just the first part, Namah Shivaya. This is called the Panchakshara mantra, or the 5-syllable mantra to Shiva. So if you're like, oh my gosh, it's too long, you can start with just Namah Shivaya, honoring that deeper awareness within ourselves. So you could do, as an example, if you're interested in learning how to do mantra, you do something called japa. Japa is the repetition, and usually we use mala, or the prayer beads, which typically has 108 beads. So you would take your mala and you would start on the bead after the main central bead. So this is the guru bead. You would go next to that. Maybe I should take it off. And then you would start to count the mantra, and just with the fingers pulling on the seeds, the beads. So you would do, for example, Namah Shivaya, Om 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 Namah Shivaya, until you did 108. But I want to show you how it doesn't have to be a Sanskrit mantra. It can be an affirmation, such as, I love myself, I love myself, I love myself. I love myself. I love myself. I love myself. Or it can be a prayer for healing for the world. May everyone be happy and free. May everyone be happy and free. May everyone be happy and free. So this is really how simple it is to do mantra. And if you have any questions, you can reach out through Still and Moving. Thank you so much for having me share mantra with you. Namaste.
All right, Kara, take it away.
All right, everybody. Happy International Yoga Day. Aloha to all of you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Zeny. That was beautiful. I'm glad that I got to join for that. So we'll get into a little bit of movement. I can't see everybody's videos, so I'm assuming a lot of you are probably seated in a chair. So perhaps we'll start by just moving the upper body, and if it's comfortable for you where you are to stand and join for some of the other part, we'll do that as well. So take a comfortable seated position. If you're in a chair, you can rest the feet on the floor somewhere and sit up tall through your spine. And you can close the eyes. Resting the palms either facing down or facing up. Taking a deep breath in through the nose, lengthening up in the entire spine, feeling a light lift through the crown of the head. And a full exhale to soften the shoulders. Feel your neck. Free up a little bit of space around the neck. And next time you breathe in, take your arms up over the head if that feels good. Leave your arms lifted and start to lengthen through the arms, through the fingertips. Taking a deep breath in, reach a little bit longer through the arms, through the fingers. And then exhale, let your left hand come down, resting it anywhere, and lean over into that side. Reaching up and leaning over to the left. And then inhale, let your inhale bring you back into a long neutral position. And then exhale, bring your right arm down and lengthen up and lean over to the right. Moving with your breath a few times. Inhale, find length lifting through both arms, both sets of fingers. And exhale, softening over to the left side, feeling the right side of the body lengthen. And then one more time. Inhale, reach your left arm to meet the right. Nice, guys. And then right arm coming down and leaning over through the left side. And bring both arms up again on an inhale. And this time we'll twist, let your right hand rest on the left knee or really anywhere on the left side of the body, and just gently place the left hand somewhere behind you. If you're on a chair, you're welcome to hold on to the back of the chair and use that to assist yourself into a gentle twist. Use your breath as well as you inhale. Can you lengthen a bit more through the spine, through the crown of the head? And as you exhale, twist, maybe even with the entire head and even the eyes looking over to the left side. One more breath here to lengthen and twisting. Untwist the spine, come back to center, take a deep breath in, reach your arms up. And we'll twist to the second side, resting your right hand behind you, propping yourself up with the hand just a little, inhaling to lengthen more through the spine. And exhale, start to twist. Twisting from the low belly, up to the ribs, up to the chest, even maybe with the head and the eyes, looking over your right shoulder. One more breath in to lengthen, and exhale to twist. Untwisting your spine, reach the arms back up on an inhale. And this time as you exhale, let your hands come to the knees and round the spine, leaning back a little bit. So curving from the entire part of your spine. Then using your knees or anything else around you to hold on to, maybe a chair, arching the back slightly, pressing your chest forward. Take a deep inhale.
And exhale, holding on to the knees and rounding through the spine. Couple more rounds. Inhale, lengthening and lifting through the heart and the chest. And exhale to round the spine. Now leaning all the way forward with your hands, walking them out in front of you. And if you're seated in a chair, you're welcome to simply fold forward over your seat here. If you're in a chair, letting the head and the neck relax. And if you're seated more on the ground, then you can keep it as a forward fold, walking the arms a little bit out in front of you and softening the head and the neck. And whether you're in a chair seated or more on the ground, just sway a little bit from the left to the right. Maybe allowing ear to shoulder as your spine sways, the head can join. They can be small movements or they can be a little bit bigger, and maybe even adding in a little bit of arm movement with the sways. It's just a couple times, opening up again through the spine, a little bit into the sides of the body. And then coming back to center, it's very slowly, you can take your time, walking the hands back in. And if you're in a chair, just neutralizing out through your spine. And coming into a standing position, if that feels comfortable for you. And you're welcome to do a lot of this still seated. If it feels nice to come into a standing position, just bend one knee, bend the other, bring some blood back into the legs. Rotate the ankles, moving one ankle in some circles and then the other. And then even the knees, moving the knees at the same time, circling in one direction and then circling in the other direction. Coming back to standing and allowing your hips to make some circles. You can have the hands on your hip area, just drawing your hips in some circles, releasing your low back. Circle in the other direction too. And you can still do the same thing seated, just circling through your torso in both directions. Nice. So moving the blood, and as we know, moving prana around as well. Bringing your life force in deeply as you inhale, come to a still standing position, or you're welcome to stay seated. Close your eyes, connect back to your breath. Observe your breath without changing it. Observing it come in through the nose, moving down to your belly. Feeling this life force expansion from the belly up to the ribs, up to the area all around the heart. Pausing at the very top of the inhale. And a nice exhale to soften in. And whether you're seated or standing, start to become really aware of your feet. Maybe even spread apart the toes. Feeling grounded energy moving down through the feet. And lengthening, opening energy moving up the spine, out the crown of the head. Inhale, reach your arms up towards the ceiling. Take a really nice extending inhale. Interlace all of your fingers and flip your palms straight up. So you can do this whether you're seated or standing. Pressing up through your palms on a big breath in. And exhale, bring the hands behind the head. Allow your elbows to stay wide. Just rest the head in your hands. Looking up, letting your elbows stay wide. Perhaps leaning back a bit deeper into the hands. Then neutralizing the spine. Inhale, reach your arms back up. And exhale, if you're standing, hinge from your hip creases, light bend in the knees, and forward fold. If you're seated, you're welcome to fold back forward over your lap. And allow a little bit of sway to come back into the body. Inhale, lengthen your spine. Hands can rest on the shins right below the knees. Feel your shoulders draw back. Feel extension from the low belly and low vertebrae in your spine. And soft knees as you exhale, drape the body over your thighs. Do that twice more. Inhale, lengthen the spine. Exhale, fold. And you can also do the same thing seated. Inhale, lengthening back up through the spine. And exhale, softening over the thighs. So either seated or standing works for this. One more time, inhale, extending, halfway lift. And those of you that are joining me standing, plant your hands and step back into a downward facing dog pose. Lengthening up through your tailbone, allow one knee at a time to bend and then straighten out, warming up the legs a little bit. Again, just moving the blood through the body, moving the breath as well. Spread the fingers wide, roll the shoulders open away from the ears. Take a full breath in your downward facing dog. And as you exhale, lower the knees to tabletop. So knees stacked under hips. Place your palms, fingers spread wide, right underneath your elbows and your shoulders so your joints are stacked. Traditional cat-cow, just a few rounds of this, allowing the belly to drop as the heart and tailbone lifts on an inhale. Exhale, round the spine up to the ceiling, coiling everything up and in. And just moving with your own pace of breath. Inhale, belly drops, heart lifts, tailbone lifts. Exhale, rounding up to the sky. One more time, grounding through your hands and knees, belly softens, collarbones broaden, inhale, and exhale to round. Coming back to a neutral table on your inhale, walk the hands a little further forward, shift the weight forward into your hands, bending the elbows straight into your ribs, lower yourself down to your belly. Draw the hands back near the ribs and inhale, rolling your shoulders back, lengthen the chest forward. And exhale, press back to a child's pose. So this is if you're using more space around you, allow your toes to come to touch and simply rest into a child's pose. Take a few deep breaths here. Inhaling, deep breath through the nose. Maybe opening the mouth and exhaling, let that breath go. Coming back into downward facing dog. If you are seated in a chair, you'll meet us in standing in just a couple moments. From your downward dog, taking a deep breath in through the nose. Exhale, bend the knees, look forward, and start to walk the feet up to the top of the mat. Inhale, flatten out your back, lengthen from the low waist all the way out the heart. Exhale, soften and relax. Inhale, extend again, lengthening, and use the length to come all the way to standing. Reach your arms back up on a full breath in. And draw the hands into the heart as you exhale. So you can do this next move seated or standing. If you're seated, start to feel the weight shift from the right foot to the left foot. You can just lean your torso a little bit side to side, or you can pick up one foot and then the other, just feeling the weight shift and really grounding down through each of your feet individually. Starting to slowly bring the weight into both of your feet. Feel very centered and very neutral. And then from here, this equal neutral place, bring all the weight into your right foot. So again, you can do this standing or seated and lift your left knee up. If you're standing, hold the knee and pull it in towards your belly a little bit. Feel balanced, stand up tall, take another inhale. And exhale, cross your left knee, your left ankle right above the right knee and start to sit back towards an imaginary chair. So you can probably see if you're seated, you'll actually be on a chair. You won't need to use as much of the muscles to support you here. Find the hands in prayer and breathe into this nice stretch of your hip. If you're seated and you'd like a little bit more sensation in this move, you can lean forward a little bit. You can rest the forearms across the shin of the hip you're stretching, or you can even rest your chest there and the arms can just hang down to the ground. And same thing if you're doing this standing, just a couple more moments. You're welcome to keep sitting low, maybe bring your hands to prayer and the forearms across the shin. Take one more big inhale and exhale. And inhale, come all the way back to standing. If you're doing this standing, arms and knee lift, and then gently set it down. And just pause. If you took the leg out of the cross seated, same thing, pause and compare the two sides of your body. Then bringing all of the weight now into the other foot, so into your left foot. And maybe do this shifting of weight a few times side to side first. Really engaging all the way starting at your toes. So spread them apart, increasing the surface area of your left foot. If you're standing, start by lifting the right knee up, potentially hugging it up and in to your chest. And if you're seated, you can go ahead and cross the right ankle right over your left knee. And you can start to come into the stretch. People standing, bringing your right ankle on top of the left knee, encouraging your knee to soften down towards the ground as you sit back. And again, you have to work a little bit harder. You don't have something to sit on. It's imaginary. So energetically sitting the hips low, softening your right knee down, and then maybe lengthening the spine up a little bit. Finding the balance and breathing. Just here for 3, 2, and 1. Slowly releasing and pausing. So whether you're pausing standing or seated, close your eyes. And open your eyes and coming back into a neutral position. So again, whether you're seated or standing, come to the tippy toe of one foot and then the other. Warming up more of the calf muscles and doing a little bit of work for the feet and the ankles. So if you're seated, you can lift high onto the balls of the feet, maybe press the hands into where you're seated and lift the sit bones up and off a little bit and then relax. So really pressing into the feet, press into the arms, lift the seat up, and then relax. And those of you that are joining me standing, coming high onto both balls of the feet, you can use your arms for balancing. Inhale, lift the arms, stand up really high on the tiptoes. And then exhale, stay on the tiptoes and bend the knees just slightly. Reach your arms forward, palms facing down. Pulsing, standing back up high on the balls of the feet, reach the arms up, inhale. Exhale, sitting the hips back, reaching the arms forward, hands face down. One more time. Inhale, lengthening it all up. Exhale, stay on your tippy toes, stay seated back towards chair. And now lower your heels, whether you're seated or standing, and bring your hands to prayer. Walk your feet together. And if you're seated, you can leave the feet more at hip width distance apart. If you're seated, twisting from this position, the left hand can rest on the seat or on your thigh. You can hook the right elbow on the outside of your left knee. Then the left palm will make prayer, Anjali Mudra with your palms, twisting the chest up and over to the left. Those of you standing, toe heel your feet together, sit the hips back nice and low. Reach your arms forward and up. Utkatasana, chair pose. Sit a little bit lower, take an inhale. And exhale, same thing, use your left hand to support you. Hook your right elbow on the outside of the left knee. Press your left palm into the right and twist the heart over towards your prayer palms. Here for 3. Big breaths. Can you twist a little deeper on the exhale? And then forward fold. If you're seated, you're welcome to fold over your legs and relax for a moment too. Inhale, lengthen the spine, halfway lift, drawing the crown forward, tailbone back. Exhale, fold and soften. Other side, sitting the hips back low and inhaling the arms up. If you're taking the full pose, right hand to the hip, press into it, use that leverage to hook your left arm. Then find your palms in prayer, pressing them together. Feel the belly lift up and over your thighs. If you're taking this seated, same thing. You can hook deeper if you want more. Pressing the palms, opening the chest. Of course, you're welcome to play with any other arm variations. Arms staying in prayer or opening. One more breath in. And exhale, relax. Either folding forward over your thighs or into a nice Uttanasana forward fold. Maybe bring your hands to rest in the elbow creases and allow your spine, your neck, and your head to become very soft. Option to find a little bit of movement, swaying right and left. Take a full breath in through the nose and a full exhale. Open up the feet a little bit wider. Bring your toes out and your heels in and find a squat. Lowering the hips, bringing your palms into prayer. Use your elbows to press your knees open and lengthen the spine up a little bit, nice and taller. Take a full inhale. Relax as you exhale. Opening up your left arm, the left fingertips can ground into the mat. Right arm reaches up to the ceiling. Keep twisting the chest open. Keep reaching your left arm in front of the knee. Press into the knee and open a little bit deeper. One more inhale. Exhale. Return the hands to prayer in front of the heart and pause. Breathing in and breathing out to soften. And we'll do the other side. So pressing the right arm inside of the knee, allowing the fingertips or the palm to rest on the ground, and the left arm opening up. If you want more, press the arm into the knee, reaching up, even reaching back a little bit. One more inhale, find some space through your torso. And exhale, return your hands to prayer. Sit up tall, one full breath in. And exhale, lifting your hips back to forward fold, re-parallel out your feet. Take a full inhale and exhale that breath out. Step your left foot to the back of the mat. Lower your left knee down. Walk the right foot a little further forward. Make sure your right knee is stacked over the heel. And inhale, reaching your arms up to the ceiling. Your back toes can stay tucked under for a little bit extra support, or you can untuck the toes. With your right foot, feel like you're pulling the mat towards you, and that will help square your left hip forward. Draw the rib cage and the belly back in. Relax the shoulders and the neck, even though the arms are extending up. Option to connect your palms and bring your gaze, your drishti, your focal point up to the palms. Take a full inhale here. And exhale, bringing your hands down, maybe the fingertips, so you can stay long through the spine. Shift the weight into your back knee. Send your right heel a little further forward, right toes face up, and you're already here in a hamstring stretch now. It's okay to keep your right knee a little bit bent, or maybe just pulse a couple times, bending the knee and straightening out the leg. If you're doing this little bit of movement from seated, I offer just a straight leg hamstring stretch. Maybe holding on to something so the ground isn't so low, or just leaning over the extended leg. You can pulse by coming out of it and then coming back in to the stretch. And if you're in the full lunge, we'll find the second side. Tucking the back toes under, lifting the back knee off the mat, and step back to downward facing dog. If it feels good in your downward dog to pedal the legs out, meaning just bend one knee and then bend the other knee, go ahead and make a little bit of movement here. Find another full inhale through the nose. Exhale it out. For your second side, look towards your hands. Bring the left knee up and in towards your chest so you use your core to support stepping the left foot forward. Then just help your left foot move a little bit further forward. The right knee drops down. I'll untuck my back toes this time. You guys can choose. It's always nice to bring your hands onto the knee, just helps you set up your lunge. Remember, you don't want the front knee going past the ankle. Leave it right above. Then draw everything back in, ribs and belly. Lengthen up through your arms. Take a full inhale. Softening into the lunge as you exhale, energetically pulling the mat towards you with your left foot, squaring the right hip towards the front. One more breath in to lengthen. And exhale, starting to float the hands back to the mat. Fingertips support you. Bring the weight into your back knee. Lifting through the front toes, the front heel can move a little further forward. So just find the hamstring stretch that's deep enough for you. The leg can be all the way straight. You can take a few pulses into the lunge, back to the hamstring stretch, lubricating the knee joint as well as the hips. And if you're folding in a seated position, notice if this side feels any different from the first side. Notice if it feels tighter, if you have maybe more space. Just observing your body. Already almost done with the movement, you guys. So if you're seated, stay where you are for a moment. And if you're in the full lunge, tuck your back toes, lift the back knee, and step it back to your Adho Mukha Svanasana, downward facing dog. Soften the shoulders open away from your ears. Take a really big inhale. And exhale, lower the knees back towards tabletop. Walking the hands towards your knees. Now come to standing, nice and high on the knees. And I'll show you how to take this next pose seated if you would prefer. So just doing a gentle camel, big heart opening, so you don't need to go so deep. Tuck the toes under for more support. If you want more depth of the movement, they can stay untucked. So I'm starting with the hands on my low back for support. And engage the core, also to support your spine. Inhale, lengthen all the way up and out the crown of the head. And as you exhale, start to gently press into the sacrum, this nice flat bone back here. Hug your elbows closer together behind you. Keep pressing your hips forward. Maybe look up. And if you're staying in the seated position, then I simply want you to reach behind you with the hands. Lean into the hands slightly and lift the chest up. If you're in full camel, support yourself to come back up. The head will come up last. And if it's all right for your knees, untuck the toes and pause in a kneeling position. We'll just do one more set. Coming back up to the knees, engaging all the way from the inner thighs up to your belly. Wrap your elbows close to each other behind you. Inhale, lengthen, heart up, crown of the head up. And exhale, pressing through your hips. You're welcome to keep the chin tucked if the neck isn't feeling so good today. Or you can look up. Careful to not drop your head back. Keep your neck engaged. One more inhale. Exhale, slowly coming back up. Head comes up last. And then find your way back to a comfortable kneeling position. And maybe adding a block or a cushion underneath your seat so it's not so much pressure on the knees. Whether you're seated on the ground or in a chair, lengthen up through your spine on a full inhale. And exhale, allow your chin to drop to the chest. As you inhale, roll the right ear to the right shoulder. And follow the exhale, chin back to chest. Inhale, roll your left ear over to the left shoulder. And exhale, chin back to chest. And keep this going. Inhale, ear to shoulder. Exhale, chin to chest. Inhale, other ear to shoulder. And exhale, chin to chest. Now you're welcome to take some fuller circles. Just go mindfully and slowly. Taking a full circle or two in one direction. And then circling the head in the other direction as well. And then allowing your head to pause and just observe any sensation in your physical body. Then drop a layer down. Notice the mind. If it's wandering, bring it back here, inviting it to remain connected and embodied. Notice your pulse, your heart rate. Take another full inhale through your nose. Pause with the breath fully held in at the very, very top. Holding the breath in for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale all the breath out. Hold the breath out at the bottom. Soften and hold it out for just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Another really big inhale. Try to inhale for a full 10 counts. Keep inhaling. Keep inhaling. And then pause at the top. All the breath held in. Even though you're holding the breath, try to relax around the hold. Keep holding for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale all the breath out. And this time when the breath is all the way out, lean forward, fold forward with all the breath out. Keep it out, keep it out. Hold, 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 hold. And as you sit back up, big breath in through the nose. And exhale, sigh it out, either the mouth or the nose. So just a pretty basic pranayama practice. It's called kumbhaka. It's this idea of pausing between the breaths, pausing between the inhale and the exhale, pausing between the exhale and the inhale. Builds more prana in the body, helps sharpen your concentration. So slowly now allowing your eyes to flutter open. Maybe things look a little bit brighter. And I hope you guys enjoyed some of that movement. I hope it made you feel good and peaceful. And thank you for having me. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Kara, for sharing with us that wonderful set of asanas and your yogic practice. We certainly appreciate it. For those of you who might just be joining, my name is Willow Chang. I'm an instructor here at the Still and Moving Center, and I'm also a member of the Gandhi International Institute for Peace. And because of the dual roles I have at both places, I was graciously asked to speak to you today on the topic of ahimsa. So I'm going to be explaining some things to my personal understanding and my studies and what has been taught to me. But I want to clarify that it is always best, in my opinion, that if something strikes your interest or your fancy, that you take that initiative to continue and study. We live in a miraculous period of time where there is so much information available to us. However, the accessibility to information holds little value unless you seek it. So that being said, do your Google searches, check out books, certainly seek out gurus. There's many ways to have transmission of information. I'm kind of old-fashioned, so I'm a book kind of gal, and I love seeking out a guru, but there are many roads to Rome, as they say, and I certainly respect that there are different ways. Let's return to this word ahimsa. It might be something new that you have heard, and I know for myself, many moons ago, it was new to me as well. And I say that because I think there is an erroneous assumption that there are things we're magically supposed to know, and unless it's been shared to us, or unless we have thought it out, how are we to ever know about these things? So ahimsa is a Sanskrit word. It's from the Indian subcontinent and the Indian cultures. And it's a word that translates to non-violence, but it is so much more than that. So ahimsa, this concept of non-violence, is something that holds great value and importance throughout many of the great and ancient religious and sacred practices that were found in India, including, and in no particular order, the Jains, the Buddhists, and the Hindus. All of these various sacred practices valued the concept of ahimsa and applied it in various ways in these unique paths to the divine. You can also find ahimsa mentioned with frequency in the Vedas, which are the sacred texts and the foundation of so many amazing works and, again, sacred paths. The concept of nonviolence is one that has inspired people for millennia. In our more recent times, people will often cite Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi, and then later Martin Luther King. However, I feel that it's important to state that I would define ahimsa, respecting the term and the nature of it from Southeast Asia, as at this point in time, and perhaps always, a universal concept and a universal theme, certainly something to strive for as we share so many things within the human race and the universe itself. So that being said, ahimsa, I find, can take root in different ways. You can approach it as something as conceptual. You can investigate it as a way to initiate your own intention. And ultimately, you can embrace it and put it into a practice. So all of those are different paths and parts of a journey, because these things do not happen with immediacy. Very few people get it on the first take. And the reason why we call it a practice is because it takes practice. That would also suggest that it's not necessarily easy, but you might find that the more you do something with frequency, the easier it becomes, the more accessible it becomes, the more natural it begins to feel. Every day we make choices in our life of how we want to interact, and we make hundreds upon hundreds of choices in the course of a day, from what we wear and what we eat, what we consume. And when I mean consume, I don't necessarily mean that might be the exchange of money for goods or services. That can be the things that you watch on your phone, or the movies you watch, the things that you read, the company that you keep, right? These are all choices that we make, and all of these can be interwoven with the goal of trying to live a sattvic, a good, for lack of a better word. I know that is stemmed and marinated in duality, but let's just think of it as good versus bad. You can strive to do things that are good and that are beneficial. And ahimsa, being nonviolent, is certainly one of those things. So how did we get here? I started studying yoga when I was 15. All I'm going to say is that was a very long time ago, and the bug bit me hard. In the late 80s, as a teenager, having the privilege and the opportunity to study yoga in high school, yoga was presented very differently at that point in time. I would have never known, but I certainly would have hoped that yoga would take root as it has, and it has exploded into a global universal phenomenon with many different offshoots and many different branches and many different approaches to yoga. But as I've already confessed, being someone who's kind of old-fashioned, I feel it's important to return to roots, because it's the roots that give you the foundation of a practice. It's the roots that are going to pay homage to the gurus and to the people who created the practice itself. And this is where we come to ahimsa. Ahimsa is regarded as one of the 8 limbs of a yogic practice. And in Hatha, they have 10. So there's always going to be slight variations. It's not a question of whether one is good or bad. They are all wonderful. But what this does is the practice of ahimsa and integrating that into your practice and your daily life supports your yoga practice, which most people think have been reduced to the asanas. Asanas would be the Sanskrit word for those poses and those set choreographies that go into flow. And you go to class and you say, hey, I did these poses, I feel really great. Of course you do. And that is wonderful. And I commend that. And I hope that every person who does yoga, no matter where you are, whether it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 years, 20 years, teacher or student, or somewhere in between, that you have that feel-good sensation after yoga. But like the proverbial chicken and the egg, with ahimsa, we might ask ourselves, how do we get there? Do we feel good because we did our yoga? Can we feel good before we go into yoga class and then enhance that feeling of feeling good? I would say yes, a resounding yes, because I would say every time I take or practice, I feel completely different. I feel like I hit the restart button and I feel infinitely better. So when I was a teenager, I will admit these things, these concepts were not necessarily discussed, and that is no reflection or judgment on my guru or my teacher at the time, because we experience situations depending on what is available to us and what people feel is necessary to share and to emphasize. In a school setting, a teacher might feel compelled to just focus on the physical exercise aspect or how beneficial it is for the health. And I understand that. But our health, as mentioned earlier by so many other people in today's program, is something that is holistic and it's an integrated system, right? There's not simply the health of the body, but there's the health of the mind and the health of the spirit, health of the soul, right? There's psychological and emotional health. And of course, there is spiritual health. All of these components weave together to create the existence of what we call our personal life. If we only tend to one part, it's kind of like having a garden, and today and for the next year, you're only going to water the tomatoes. Well, your grapefruit might be kind of sad. It might need a little extra love. It might need a little fertilizer. It might need a little pruning, right? So we have to really approach these things as a system. Ahimsa, I feel like, gives you a buoyancy of spirit that will allow you to make greater choices every day in whatever you are dealing with. Right now, all of us in various forms, we are dealing with a pandemic and a litany of things that are associated with that. But if you think of your life before December 2019, you still had things that might be perceived or registered as stressors, right? So at no point in our life are we absent from stress. And I don't feel it's appropriate to tell somebody their experience, to invalidate their experience or their feelings. And this is something I bring up because I think it happens with great frequency in our society to different people within society. So as a teenager taking a yoga class, you might be apt to hear someone say, hands on hip, stress? You don't have stress. You're only 15. We pay the rent. We pay the bills. You just have to go to school and get an A on the algebra test or whatever it may be. This type of mindset, in my mind, would be a type of violence. Violence is not merely something that is striking or killing or maiming a person. Those types of things can register on a much deeper level as well, psychologically, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. When you negate somebody's experience by diminishing them, that is actually, I would say, a type of violence. Ahimsa is the lack of striking. So when we speak out against somebody, not against something, there's a difference, right? You can be an advocate and speak out for justice, but if you choose to use your voice in a way and just trash somebody, and there are infinite ways to do that. I made a little list here, right? The 20th century, 21st century, pardon me, we have cancel culture, right? You can engage in gossip. There's online trolling, name calling. Maybe you had a bad day and someone was mean to you at the grocery, and you go home and you take it out and you kick the dog, or you say something to your son that you really didn't mean because you're feeling heat and anger inside because it gets passed on. The ahimsa way would be the ability to have some mindfulness to step back and say, I don't want to engage in this way. I don't want to harm somebody. I don't want to do something that would hurt another person. So there are so many ways to approach this. I encourage you to look about this online, but just know that yes, your yoga is going to be a vehicle to get you there, but you can take it so much further off of the mat into your day-to-day. And I really hope that you find the peace, the mindfulness, right? The metta, the shakti, and the ahimsa that you seek this day and every day forth. Thank you. I turn the page because we have a full program. We want to make sure that we can get to everything. We have 2 more speakers coming right up, and they are taking yoga to new audiences and to new heights with Jody, Hassel, and Carmen Curtis. I'm going to read these bios so you'll get to know a little bit about our teachers here. Jody Hassel, TCTSY, trainer for Alaska and Hawaii supervisor for the 300-hour certification program. Jody says creating access to an embodied practice of being present and feeling empowered is her highest priority in facilitating yoga. Jody facilitates trauma-sensitive yoga to various groups throughout Alaska. She joins us now live from Alaska to talk about TCTSY.
Aloha and hello. I just do a little sound check. Can you all hear me? Can I see a thumbs up if you can hear me? Thank you. It's such an honor to be included and to be here with everyone who's here from perhaps all around the world. And I am seated just near the banks of the Chena River, which is a medium-sized river that runs into the Yukon River. It's a pretty big river, actually into the Tanana River. The Tanana runs into the Yukon River. The Yukon River goes into what we call the Pacific Ocean. And this area is the ancestral hunting and gathering grounds of the lower Tanana Dene Athabascans. It is an unceded territory that is now known as Fairbanks, Alaska. So I'm very pleased to be able to join you here from where I am and to share with you some of what I have been studying and practicing and sharing for, I guess, the last 5 years. My journey with yoga began with randomly taking a gym yoga class in 1985 and then doing yoga largely by VHS video because nobody else was offering it up here, reading books and such. And then I studied and practiced Hatha yoga and Kundalini, as well as more recent type or more contemporary forms like Vinyasa and restorative. And so those practices inform my continued work as practice in trauma-sensitive yoga. And I suppose I came to seeking understanding about trauma by way of being a survivor of my own types of trauma. Trauma feels like kind of sometimes a newish sort of buzzword perhaps, but of course it's nothing new. And it's been something that humans have experienced since there have been humans. And we might think about what it is we mean when we say the word trauma or how we use it. And so for the field that I've been exploring and investigating lately, kind of distinguish between stress, chronic stress, and what they call trauma. So that might be important for what I'm about to try to explain in terms of a method of yoga that is specific for actually treating trauma. I think I was in a yoga class with a national teacher named Sean Korn when I first heard somebody say, "The body remembers." And I was probably in a form like pigeon crying on my mat. And then, this narrative comes in, well, the body remembers. And then so I started to think about that. What does that mean? What does that mean for me? Why am I crying in this form? And what is happening here? So what the field of trauma has afforded us in terms of gathering knowledge, which may be something that has already been known for practitioners of yoga for centuries, is that in order to heal our wounds of many kinds, whether it's a one-time single event impact that creates something like PTSD, post-traumatic stress. They call it a disorder, but it's really probably more of a normal response for some of the things that people experience that create post-traumatic stress. And so regarding how we have treated trauma has largely been in the West by coming at it with talk therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, different things like this, which are all fantastic methods. But it treats a person in this narrative, logical story processing cognitive capacity. So yoga, as we know, is mind, body, and spirit. So that's pretty much the mind piece, very important, but it kind of ignored where the body was. So as people began to develop this field of trauma theory, which in the Western medical field has really only been around since the 80s in the way we speak about it now. And it largely started with people studying war veterans, and then survivors of domestic violence, and then children and youth and early development. So looking at how people react to trauma and the ways in which it is stored or held on to or remember, or even the better way to say it is expressed physically in our embodiment or disconnection from our embodiment. Those aspects are key to holistic healing from trauma. So some of the theoretical underpinnings that were considered in creating the model of trauma-centered trauma-sensitive yoga. So I work for the Center for Trauma and Embodiment. It's a part of a larger nonprofit called the Justice Resource Institute in Boston. And I have the great privilege of being one of their trainers and supervisors. And this model was developed out of Bessel van der Kolk's Trauma Center with some other yoga teachers who noticed that the cognitive behavioral therapy, the talk therapy, the story processing, something called exposure therapy, where they would have somebody reimagine and essentially relive events of their traumas in order to try and kind of discharge or take away the shock and pain from it. that was that's still a major piece of therapy. But one thing that they didn't take into account was, even if they were able to logically remember everything that happened and sort out why and how and integrate that back into their being, their bodies would still have these interruptive things like nightmares, flashbacks, a scent or a sound, or being in a certain place or even a certain position would re-trigger an enactment, not even taking the person back to the past, but bringing that past present in the body, so that our nervous system, the mind-body connection, our nervous system would go into fight, flight, or freeze, or collapse, or fawn is another one we consider, kind of aligning with the oppressors, one way to think of fawning. Our bodies may remember and may recreate the response system in the service of survival of this moment, even though we're no longer perhaps in the same kind of danger that we were when a prior event occurred. And one of the impacts that we have come to know as being the most traumatic or having the highest impact is not the single event, extreme terror, like in a car accident or in war or in losing someone or having your life threatened, but the long-term, over time, developmental, especially starting in early childhood, impacts of emotional abuse, of course, physical and perhaps sexual abuse in those stages of life. But the one that they're now seeing that has the most intense and harshest impact is just neglect. And I say just because sometimes we think, well, you know, every parent is busy and et cetera, and children get neglected because we have lives. But consistent long-term effects of neglect can have the greatest impact in the body in regards to our nervous system and how it acts and reacts. So in comes some yoga teachers who notice that when we're practicing yoga and we're in different forms, or we're tuning into our breath, we're aligning with the present moment. They did studies of this. Of course, they had to adhere to this Western medical model where they did randomized controlled test studies of folks who were survivors of trauma over a 10-week period of time, practicing this trauma-centered, trauma-sensitive yoga once a week for 10 weeks, showed not only lower symptomology on what's called the CAPS scale, which is the way they test people to have the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. Their symptomology numbers went down, so much so that many of them, a large, like 70% of them, were no longer even considered to have PTSD. And those numbers continued to get lower if they continued yoga after this 10-week study. They also did brain scans. They also took brain scans of the folks, and there are parts of our brain, and mostly in the middle part of the brain, the limbic part of the brain, and specifically the insular cortex. It's part of the default mode network, and this is all things that I'm still trying to understand. There's a lot of parts and pieces that people have identified in the brain. That part can often be sort of shut down or not as well connected in terms of neuroreceptors when someone has survived trauma. And so survivors of trauma frequently cannot feel localized skin contact. So maybe I touch someone here, they don't feel it at all, or they feel it in their leg. Or they may have ways to subvert that or to control that. A lot of survivors of trauma do things like cutting so that they can, for a variety of reasons, I'm sure, but some of the reported reasons are maybe to control what they feel, or to actually feel, or to feel something different. So here's what happens with yoga. And what we try to cue toward in this practice is feeling sensation, common practice in yoga. And we verbalize it as often as we can. So for instance, if I suggest maybe you might lift your arm, if you like, you can try this. So you're welcome to, if you like, maybe extend your arm. And if you're extending your arm, you could also choose to add leaning. So this is your choice if you're doing this. Maybe you notice what you'd like to do, if it's whether extending upward or adding a lean. And if you're doing this, you may notice a sensation, maybe in your side or your shoulder, or you might not notice a sensation at all. So whatever you're doing, whether in this form or not, you might notice a sensation. It could be the feel of the ground beneath you, or maybe any sensation in your arm, and you're welcome to let your arm down if it's still up. That's the kind of language that we bring in around this type of a practice that hones in on the present moment, shared authentic practice, interoception, which is the capacity for us to feel things viscerally, that tracking of sensation. If we create, and I just heard this discussed, I think it was Willow who was talking about the things that we do on the mat then might become part of how we are off the mat. And this is a prime example of that. So creating small moments for folks on the mat of tracking sensation and just noticing that, feeling something that they have done themselves can light that network back up and reconnect things that have been either shut off or hypervigilantly turned on all the time and overloaded. That's how this practice basically works. And I want to be aware of the time here. I'm looking at my clock. But it's just a joy and a pleasure for me to be in this practice, to have experienced its healing effects for myself and to share it with others. There's many different types of trauma-sensitive yoga. There's a kind of a broader term that people talk about, trauma-informed yoga. The one that I am trained in and that I share is called trauma-sensitive yoga, and it's out of Boston with Bessel van der Kolk's work, with some of the original research that led to that study that I mentioned. I will be offering a 20-hour training in this method if you're interested, through Still and Moving Center. And I am just so honored to be with all of you other speakers. The two main aspects of yoga, and this is the last thing I'll close with, that we center this practice on, are ahimsa, which we just talked a lot about, non-harming. So all the languaging, the way that we set up the room, the way that we are with people really is centered around not causing harm, not creating things that will trigger folks, and a parigraha, which if we consider a parigraha as non-grasping, not being attached to the outcome, we're not so much concerned with how a form looks, where the leg is, what the alignment is, as we are with creating an opportunity to experience having a body and to be embodied. So I'll end there. Thank you so much for having me. I wish you peace.
Thank you so much, Jody, for sharing that. I was a little emotional there, but it's in my nature. We have someone else wonderful to share with us this afternoon. Carmen Curtis is one of the premier experts in the world of aerial yoga and fitness. A zealous practitioner for more than 2 decades, Carmen found yoga as a way to heal her body from the extreme sports of gymnastics and cirque performing, and has been teaching it ever since. She garnered a reputation as the go-to guide for self-love and healing through yoga and the aerial art. In this pre-recorded segment, she will lead us in AIReal yoga practice, a successful brand that makes yoga accessible to everyone.
Happy International Yoga Day, and thank you Still and Moving for hosting this amazing event and having me here. I'm excited to honor yoga in all of its forms. My name is Carmen Curtis. I am the creator of AIReal Yoga. It's yoga in the air, but really yoga. I use a hammock as a prop to help me refine my postures and hold me, have fun, and allow me to flip upside down doing yoga inversion safely. Today, I wanted to share with you some postures that are known to help calm the nervous system, really gentle postures using the hammock as a prop. If you don't have a hammock, you can use a wall or a chair or try these on the mat. So let's get started. We'll be using the hammock at your hip height, and then let's bring it around behind us so it's underneath our armpits, kind of like we're putting a pocket or a backpack. And then let's come to the front of the mat. I'm going to turn this way. This will be my front. Hammock is just in front of the shoulders here. Let's bring the palms together. Close the eyes. Take a couple nice long deep breaths together as we pull focus into our practice. Blink those eyes gently open. We're going to grab onto the hammock, thumb on one side, fingers on the other side, and then take a step back. Straighten up those arms, bend your knees, and allow the hammock to slide up and over the head in front of you. So now we're in wrist wrap. Palms are facing down, feet are at hip distance. Bend the knees slightly. Inhale, draw those hips back, and then exhale, reach forward, softening the neck here. This is a really gentle shoulder opening. If it's ever too much, you can take some weight out of the hammock, or if you want to deepen this heart and shoulder opening, you can put more weight into the hammock and shift forward. Keep the belly in and the ribs in so we can keep this about the shoulders. Keep the breath nice and soft. Again, if you don't have a hammock, you could put your hands on the kitchen counter or on a chair, just melting the heart here, softening. We're going to do some gentle cat-cows here. So we're going to drop the belly as the tailbone rises up. Inhale, lengthen through the spine. Look up at the hands. And then exhale, bend those knees. Draw the navel in and round like the cat. Inhale, reaching forward, opening, extending. And exhale, bend the knees, chin into the chest, navel in, round. One more, reach out, drop the belly, lengthen through the spine as you open, looking up at the hands. And exhale, bend those knees round. Let's roll all the way up this time. Inhale, shoulders up to the ears. Exhale, around, back, and down. We're going to do another variation of that shoulder stretch now with the palms together. So bring the hands together, but keeping them in wrist wrap. Feet are at hip distance just behind your center. Inhale, draw those hips back. Exhale, reach forward. You can bend those arms slightly as you just allow the head to hang in between. Again, the same thing here. If it's too much on your shoulders, bring some weight out of the hammock. If you want to deepen this, shift more weight into the hammock, allowing yourself to shift forward gently. Keeping the breath nice and soft. Here we're going to allow a little bit of movement, so letting our torso sway side to side. Just a gentle swing. As you swing, draw the opposite hip back. So when you sway over to the left, draw that right hip back for a nice side and oblique opening. Same, when you swing to the right, draw your left hip back. Swinging as big or little as you want. As fast or slow as you want. Slowly slow that sway, coming back to the center. Take a deep inhale, and then on your exhale, draw the navel in and round and roll on up to a stand. Inhale those shoulders up to the ears. Exhale them around, back, and down. Good. Hopefully you feel nice and open, the heart, the shoulders. We're going to unwind the hands. Stay holding on to it to support you as we come down to the mat now. You're going to have your left hand in with the left palm facing down. Reach your right hand to the back of the mat and then come onto your right hip. So your left hand is reaching towards the front, right hand is reaching towards the back. And come on down to the forearm. We're going to take that left leg out to the left and around and through and into the hammock here. From here, continue to roll over onto the back. And then we're going to bring the other foot into the hammock. So both feet are in the hammock now. You want to get the spine long, so maybe interlace the fingers behind the head, draw the head up, tuck the chin just slightly so the spine is nice and neutral, the cervical spine is neutral. Turn the palms up to become very restful here. This is our legs up the wall variation. You can have a gentle sway side to side. Again, if you don't have a hammock, so you could just be lying down on the mat, or you could be with your feet up against the wall. This is an awesome mild inversion known to calm the nervous system, calm the mind. It also increases your circulation and helps to reduce inflammation. Little gentle rock side to side, keeping the breath nice and calm through the nose. Let's also have a gentle bend of the knees in and out. Good. Next time that you bring those knees in, keep the left leg in, but bring that right leg out. We're going to hug the right knee into the belly, draw your shoulders down for wind removing. And if you feel comfortable, you can extend that left leg. Keep that left leg active to protect the left knee. Keep the breath calm here. And then bending that left knee in, and we're going to cross our right foot over our left leg. And then we're going to reach our right hand in the middle of the legs, interlace the fingers behind that left hamstring, and push the right leg away with your right arm for our figure 4 here. Keep the feet active, drawing the shoulders down, actively pushing that right leg away to open the hips, softening into wherever you feel that tension. It's a nice gentle way to open the hips along with getting mild inversion. Good. On your next exhale, we're going to release the hands. We're going to straighten up that right leg, and we're going to grab onto the right leg for a reclined split, holding onto the hamstring or the calf or ankle, or maybe all the way up to the foot, just depending on your flexibility. Keep the elbows hugged in, drawing the shoulders down, and drawing that right leg towards the face. You can flex the right foot to deepen this posture, and as you become comfortable, you can slowly extend that left leg in the hammock, keeping the left leg really active, energy out both feet. And again, using the breath to soften into anywhere you feel tension. Keeping the hips square. Not forcing this at all. Just yoga meets you where you're at. It's up to us to be there and not push or rush ourselves. Be empathetic to where we're at and use our breath to calm and allow ourselves to slowly open. On your next exhale, let's bend both legs and bring that right foot back into the hammock. Palms facing the ceiling. Go ahead and rock those legs side to side. Now we're going to do little circles. We're just going to bend your knees in and then extend. 3 circles in one direction. And then 3 circles in the other direction. All right. Bending the legs in and then releasing the left foot, keeping the right foot in, hugging our left knee in, and then slowly extending the right leg for wind removing, hugging the elbows in, shoulders down. Big belly breaths here to try and massage the internal organs. This is great for your digestion. If it ever hurts in that knee with the leg that's in the hammock, you can always slightly bend. Being aware of anywhere that feels too much. We want to have a nice stretch, but we don't want to feel pain. It's productive discomfort, not pain. So listening and tuning into the body to protect ourselves while we try something new and have a little fun and calm down, helping to reduce stress. All right, let's bend both knees and we're going to cross our left over our right. Thread the needle here, so left hand goes in, interlace the fingers, pressing that left leg away. Good, drawing the shoulders down, keeping the spine long and the neck soft. I feel like it's really important to have tools to help us through times of crisis or stress. These are some crazy times right now, so having our practice and having yoga has really helped me and supported my emotional state, especially doing some of these really calm postures. Connecting to the breath and body allows me to think more clearly. On your next exhale, releasing the hands, and then we're going to reach up for the left leg for a reclined split stretch here, walking the hands up as far as we feel comfortable, drawing the left leg towards the body, and we can extend the right leg, keeping that right leg active, flexing that left foot to deepen it, or just keep it soft, whatever feels right. Hips nice and square. This is an opportunity to continue our mild inversion, but also get a nice opening in the hamstrings or the lower back for some, or just an opportunity to lay down for others. Whatever you need. All of these postures are clues to you as to what you need, where you're at. The more we can understand ourselves and where we're at, easier it is for us to find our own self-healing. One more deep inhale. On your exhale, let's release the leg, bring our left foot back in so we have both feet in the hammock, palms facing up. You can have a slight bend in the knees here. Let's just close our eyes. Take a deep inhale through the nose and exhale, release out the mouth. Bend those knees in a little bit deeper, releasing the feet from the hammock. Hugging the knees in. You can take a gentle rock side to side. Rolling over onto your right. Take a breath here. And press off of your left hand, and let's come to seated in easy pose, bringing those palms together at the heart center. nice long inhale together. And exhale, release. Namaste. Much love and thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful practice. I hope everyone is at home giving some of these things a try in the capacity that you can. Now, don't leave, because we still have lots of things to share, and we encourage you to share. You can start a Facebook watch party. Did you know that? Sounds like we're at a telethon. We're not asking for any money. All of this is given with aloha and the desire to share open mind, parts, and body. So, moving right along, we've got two wonderful presenters coming right up. Foundations of Yoga, Ayurveda, and Pranayama. With our next speakers, Dr. Suhas Kshirsagar and Yogi Ramesh Pandey. Dr. Suhas Kshirsagar is classically trained in Ayurvedic medicine and is a physician with over 30 years of clinical experience. He's the best-selling author of the book, The Hot Belly Diet, an acclaimed educator in the field of integrative medicine. He is a consultant for the Chopra Center, the Dean of Mount Madonna Institute, and the Director of Ayurvedic Healing Incorporated. Today, he'll speak about yoga and Ayurveda for daily living.
Okay, so I hope you can hear me. Namaste, aloha, and good evening. It's my great joy and pleasure to be with my friends, Dr. Kumar, Yogi Ramesh Pandey, Pandit Vamdev Shastri, and all of you, especially Still and Moving Center in Hawaii, Ramdas Lam, Jody Hassel, Reneé Tillotson, good old friends. And it is something that I used to live in Hawaii, and I absolutely feel at home every time I get a chance to connect with the aloha spirit back to all the islands. So happy to be with all of you and to be a part of the International Yoga Day. 21st of June is an International Yoga Day, but the important aspect is summer solstice and the Dakshinayana, as we call it, when the earth is tilting on its southerly axis, the days start getting longer. And it is the sign of being active, being energetic, being in the presence of sunlight, especially the inner light that needs to come out, which should radiate in terms of wisdom for how you think, how you behave, and how you act. So International Yoga Day is a wonderful occasion. More importantly, teaming this with Gandhi International Institute of Peace, because Gandhiji and yoga, I think they go hand in hand together. His whole life is all about yogic and Vedic living. And I think there is no greater proponent of yoga than Gandhiji, I would say. And we all agree that Ayurveda, yoga, Vedas is the greatest export to the West from the Indian subcontinent. Especially Gandhi was a typical important brand ambassador, where he applied the concept of Veda, Vedantic, yogic living in how to live, how to think, how to cultivate and create a freedom movement for India and Indians. And I think in these very crisis hours, I would say, where our society is facing, not only with the COVID pandemic, but with what we are actually facing on the streets today. The two very core virtues that we should get from yoga, that should be our guiding light. Number one is patience, and number two is stability. Because if we are patient and if we restore a degree of sanity and stability in this current situation, I think we have a bright future ahead. But the lesson that we have learned during this pandemic, and it's a very important thing, the way Ayurveda looks at this situation, that pandemic is a mere reflection that what we have done to Mother Nature. It is not that God is punishing us for something, but it is the degradation of our dharma rasa, as we say, where our collective consciousness was affected, where we were more cornered and isolated on our own islands in certain ways, where there was more greed, there was more anger, there was more jealousy, egotism, more separation than unification. And this is the first time that we are realizing, painfully enough, that your health depends upon my state of health. Your well-being depends on my state of well-being. So there is an uprising in this collective consciousness, which is very positive, especially the way we look at from a yogic perspective. I think as humanity is kind of rising, and this is a Vedic motto, where the world is my family, where we are learning from all different countries. We are learning how to boost our immunity to a certain extent. And one good thing about yoga, Ayurveda, and all these ancient wisdom traditions, what is unique is they understand Mother Nature as an integral part of our own nature. We are 100% made in and made by nature itself. So when we say that currently people have an epidemic of healthcare crisis because of inflammation as a silent killer, that is what we have done to Mother Nature with global warming. So global warming is a reflection of our internal inflammation, the way we are damaging the natural elements. As we start thinking, living, behaving, respecting the laws of nature and taking good care of Mother Nature, then we are nourishing ourselves. I'm going to share some few important points that are really important that I talk to every day with my patients and clients alike. Because there's an interesting Vedic saying, it says, Yatha Pandey Tatha Brahmande. As is the microcosm, so is the macrocosm. As is the individual spirit, so is the cosmic spirit. So if our body is 100% made in and made by nature, one of our most important things that we should be careful about is to nurture our body with something which is clean and pure. There's an age-old Vedic, yogic, Ayurvedic concept called as Hita Ahar, Mita Ahar. Hita Ahar means you should be eating foods that are clean and pure, and you should be eating less. So if you're following these simple protocol, these are sutras for daily healthy living. Eat less, eat clean and pure foods, you're going to live longer, healthier, and happier. When we are surrounded with a lot of impurities, toxins that are ingested in the name of additives, preservatives, colors, unwanted chemicals added to the food, too much sugars, various impurities and toxins which make their way into the food, genetically modified food, pesticides, insecticides, fertilizer, the food becomes impure and so will our body become. So I think it is important to go back to our learning and understanding that eat clean, pure foods, food that are filled with prana. You must have heard this term. Prana means the force of life. Chi, mana in Hawaii, as you call it. Prana is the force of life. So if the food contains prana, you will have the energy. You will have the vitality. If the food is dead, leftover, putrid, that's exactly who you're going to become. So clean foods and awareness to clean food, because three things that we need the most is clean air that is given free of charge by the Lord. You're talking about water, that's 2/3 necessity of the life, and then very little about food, 1/3. Okay, and we have made it so complicated, and I spend so much time discussing about food because eating little so that you can live healthier and happier. Okay, actually more damage is committed because you are eating more calories and more nutrition than you need actually. So sometimes I feel that the food is overrated, and in the name of required daily allowances, we are actually dumping a lot of impurities and toxins in people's body itself. So those people who eat less, eat right at the right time. That is also very important. And there was a favorite shloka of Mahatma Gandhi, which was all about the supreme textbook of yoga, which is Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita Gita is considered to be a supreme textbook of yoga. And there's a very simple sutra that he used to love and talk about a lot. And that is Yuktahar Viharasya Yukta Cheshtasya Karmasu Yukta Swapnava Bodhasya Yogo Bhavati Dukkha. Eat the right food at the right time. Yuktahar Viharasya. Have a positive, healthy lifestyle which is in accordance with the laws of nature. Yukta Cheshtasya Karmasu. So do the right things at the right time. Yukta Swapnava Bodhasya. Go to bed at a proper time, wake up at a proper time. And anybody who is able to do that is going to alleviate all the causes of sufferings. Yogo bhavati dukkha. So I think health and wellness is something which is rather simple. And when we look at yoga as a template for behavioral medicine, and I'm sure Pandit Vamdev Shastri is going to talk about it, as yoga as a behavioral medicine. The Vedantic philosophy is filled with a basic understanding that spirituality is our real nature. Consciousness is our real nature. And Ayurveda is a consciousness-based approach to health and well-being. And that field of Atman, self, consciousness, whatever you call, that's our true nature. We are the sky, and the rest is all weather. If we understand that we are the sky and we are the individual consciousness which is watching, witnessing, and understanding everything, I think it is high time that we go back to medicine and integrate what I like to call it as spiritual medicine. Yoga, Ayurveda are spiritual medicines. Because when I see clients that are burdened with their day-to-day challenges, could be health challenges, relationship, finances, so many different dukkhas that we are surrounded with. And until and unless we go back and find our spiritual self and spiritual nature, we are constantly affected by the illusory nature of life itself. And where the doctors have to take out their white coats and put on saffron robes, maybe they will have to do that. At some point, it used to be that religion and medicine used to be just one and two things together, intertwined. We separated them in the name of evidence-based medicine. And now here we are, where we are painfully realizing that it is not really serving the cause where we are. About 80% of the chronic diseases, if you look at top 8 causes of the diseases that are common in the world, that are killing people, they are all lifestyle diseases. And nobody wants to lead an unhealthy lifestyle. Nobody wants to eat, smoke, drink, bad foods and stuff like that. They are all coming from one root cause: unhappiness. They are unhappy about something where they are not able to get a clue what would make them happy. And I think whether we are fearful of discussing this in a standard medical setting, it is important for us to go back and focus through the techniques which are so effective in yoga. The self-inquiry that we talk about, Svadhyaya, the meditation techniques, and there are so many self-contemplation meditation techniques are available. Pranayama is important. The movement in the body, and wonderfully we have been hearing and watching these sessions about yoga and asana. It feels it's in the body. Baba Haridas, who started the Mount Madonna Center here in the Santa Cruz Mountains, has a wonderful quote. He says, Ayurveda is to free the mind, which is trapped in the body. And yoga is to free the mind that is trapped in the soul. And so when we are using these techniques of yoga and Ayurveda together, I think this is going to be the medicine of future. Asana is not just exercise. It is a cutting edge science. When we talk about neuroplasticity, when we talk about neurogenesis, every time you look at the nature of the right and left part of the body, the right and left hemisphere of the body, everything is paired opposite. And when these paired opposite are coming together and you're using the right and left part of the body, whether you do it for alternate nostril breathing, whether you do it for a yogasana where you lift one leg up and the other leg up and lift both legs up, you are actually regulating the right and left hemisphere of the body. You're regulating the Ida, the Pingala, the Shiva, Shakti, masculine, feminine, estrogen, progesterone, whatever you call it. the sun and the moon, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. But this nature of the body is slowly being released. There's a unification that is happening from the opposite qualities and the polarities of our body. The polarities of the mind and the body, the polarities of hot and cold, the polarities of sun and moon. These polarities, when they start coming together, it starts regulating what we call it as a limbic resonance. The neurons that are firing in the brain are wiring together. They fire together, they wire together. So as we look at the scientific literature that is being published using yoga, Ayurveda, meditation, asana, pranayama, all these practices together, we are realizing how powerful of a medicine this is. This is a new age medicine that is talking about bioelectric medicine. You talk about vagus nerve. You talk about Pranada Nadi, that's the Sanskrit name for vagus nerve, is the 10th cranial nerve. And you're talking about the polyvagal theory where this nerve, this interesting nerve plexus is supplying intelligence to every part of the body. The visceral organs, we heard about interoceptive awareness, where you are actually feeling what is happening inside the body in your cells and tissues. When you lift weights, you are running on a treadmill or elliptical, you're just doing an outside version of exercise. But when you're doing these visceral exercise, what we call it as Sthula Vyayam and Sukshma Vyayam. Sukshma Vyayam is something which is coming from deep inside as the subtle visceral organ. And as you're bending, twisting, turning those areas at a visceral level, wherever your attention goes, the energy flows. That little discomfort that you're feeling, whether it's pull or push or stretch, that little discomfort is drawing your attention to that part. And that initial attention that you draw to that part releases the discomfort and attains a degree of pleasant stretch. That you start opening up. You start opening up the circulation. And there's an interesting word in Sanskrit that we often use for blockage, misery, sickness, and suffering, which is called as dukkha. The word ka means space or akasha. When there's an obstruction to the flow of intelligence, that is called as dukkha. Ka is akasha, and you're occluding the space, that is called as dukkha. And when you are restoring the flow, that is called as sukha. You are facilitating the flow. You are facilitating the intelligence. So restoring the intelligence, restoring the communication is the very purpose of yoga itself. When we look at all the various aspects that are often used, and the reason why I'm talking a little bit more about medicine is there are so many modalities that yoga has talked about, and we have not been able to use them properly. Whether you talk about fasting, such an important technique, which is often underutilized. And all the organizations, especially religious organizations, spiritual organizations, actually use this technique to gain control over your mind and the body both. And what we know that ketosis and gentle amount of fasting, where you stay long hours without eating food, 13, 14, 15, 16 hours of fasting, upregulates so many health benefit regulating genes. And so when I wrote this book, Hot Belly Diet, one of the things was that you stay away from food in between breakfast to lunch, lunch to dinner. So I think if you want to practice a gentle amount of fasting, try to do that. And the best way to live in accordance with the laws of nature is when sun is rising, early in the morning, eat a lighter breakfast. When sun is prominent in the middle of the day, up in the sky, eat most of the calories you want to eat in the middle of the day. And then when sun is fading and setting in the evening, again, have a lighter dinner. And try to eat at least 3 to 4 to 5 hours before you go to sleep. And from evening dinner that you eat around 6 to 7 p.m. until 8, 9 a.m. in the morning, you're not going to have any food. And that gentle amount of fasting get rid of ama, get rid of impurities, toxins, and you wake up feeling energized, light, as if you've digested the food completely. And it sets the tone for the whole day itself. So intermittent fasting is something very important. Understanding the basic laws of living, how to communicate with people, how to cultivate healthy biological relationship, how to develop ideal parenting skill sets, how to be happy with the money that you have and to be content with what you do, how to be purposeful and meaningful that you do, no matter whether you're a janitor or you're an engineer or whatever your purpose is. If we don't follow these simple laws of what Ayurveda and yoga have been talking about, then these kinks that affect us create a lot of stress, creates fight and flight or freeze. It starts creating obstructions, blockages. It starts in the mind, and it's just a matter of time before it gets into the body. And you cannot send for the mental problems to a shrink or the physical problem to someone else. You have to find a spiritual solution to the crisis in the mind and the body both. And when people start meditating, when people start regulating, managing their stress more effectively, we have seen their health improves, their productivity improves. They become better human beings in itself. Because,
Doctor?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt your infinite wisdom, because I know the importance of when you are in the pocket and you want to share and you have so much to share, it's hard to put on the brakes. But unfortunately, we have another speaker just so we may stay on time. But we're so grateful for your passion, for your wisdom and your intellect. And it's wonderful to know that your resources and information are all on our website. We encourage everyone to see your website, to read your books, and hopefully in the near future you will return to Hawaii. Perhaps there'll be some learning opportunities at that point in time. But thank you for sharing with us today.
Thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
Namaste.
Oh, it's the hardest job other than the two ladies who are running behind the scenes. I want to give them a shout out. That's not on the script, but Neela and Emily are very much hard at work here, giving cues and organizing things, everything from sound to tech, and they're unsung heroes. So I must let you know, if anything looks good, it's really because of them. And I know we have a team that have been working behind the scenes, as well as giving Zoom links to people so they know how to get on and enjoy this wealth of information. So thank you to everybody involved. Moving right along, we have Yogi Ramesh Pandey. He is an international celebrity and laughing icon of YouTube. If you don't believe it, go look it up. He's there. He is the founder of Laughing Yoga, and for the last 20 years in Palm Springs, he's been sharing information about pranayama and breathing, which he will be sharing with us today. And he says, and I believe this is a quote, "Breathe more, laugh more, and be happy instantly." Where can I sign up? So here we have Yogi Ramesh Pandey. Oh, I believe you're muted. If you can turn your microphone on, that would be fantastic.
Okay, that's okay now? Fine?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I want to say thank you very much for inviting me at the International Day of Yoga. And I would like to talk about yoga is really a science of life, how to live healthy and happy. And enlightenment comes from inside. We say, Om Pranaya Namah. I bow to the breath of the Lord. Lord gave us the breath of life. We don't think about breath. We take it for granted. So you breathe in, you have life. You breathe out, you're dead. So more you have oxygen, more you have energy within you. So no oxygen body dies, less oxygen body cries, and more oxygen body flies. It doesn't cost a dime to breathe in. Lord gave us breath and body together. And it's the yoga science of breathing to detoxification of toxicity, depression, anxiety, heart disease, cancer, any kind of disease. Disease cannot live in oxygen. Dr. Otto Warburg from 1931 Nobel Prize winner from Hitler time, he said the real cause of cancer is oxygen deficiency. People don't breathe, so they are diseased. Like you fill up your gas tank before you drive a car. I got to fill up my gas tank, right? Same, you fill up your body with oxygen. And oxygen energizes your cells. Like here, I can show you, it is breathe easier and get it off all the problem, 100%, right? Shortness of breath, smoking damage. But no doctor tell you about breathing because they say there's no money in breathing, Yogi. Truth. Now here is your lungs. See the left side lungs, they are toxic, inflamed. They are made of 65 million of cells. And these lungs are good here, other side. So you are what your lungs are. Lungs sucks the oxygen when you breathe in. So get energized. Your body creates 100 trillions of cells, 72,000 nerves. So you are what your cells are. Look at the cells here. All toxic cells blocked after half an hour, after 1 hour, after 2 hours. All the cells, that's what you are. I have been helping people with cancer. Disease can't live in oxygen. So you have to have discipline called yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Controlling the mind is yoga. Asa anusasanam. I have to discipline the mind because you are too busy running outside, monkey mind and suffering. I take care of Lord's body. I am very selfish. Selfish means Goddish. I love the Lord and me. So I'm going to teach you some breathing exercise for COVID-19. People are very stressed out. What they can do is called Bhastika in pranayama. Stand like this and do like 50 times. So when you breathe in, your stomach goes out. It pumps up diaphragm. It goes to your heart, goes to your lungs and open your cosmic consciousness called prana, life force, which is very important. So breathing helps to cleanse your gut health, your stomach, toxic, colon, kidney, liver, pancreas, gall, all sick inside, right? You go to doctor and doctor give you a drug, right? That's not a cure. Yoga science of breath is a nature cure. Now, second exercise is called Kapal Bhati. Sit down straight or on the chair anywhere. Slowly breathe out. You can do like 20 times. You can just relax for 30 seconds. Again, do 20 times, then relax. Do it like 5 minutes every day, 1 week, and 10 minutes second week, and 15 minutes third week, and 20 minutes fourth week. 5 minutes is cleanse your toxicity inside, inflamed body, all the sickness. That's why people are mentally ill. So clean breath is consciousness. Yoga without breath is no yoga. I'm sorry. Because breath energizes yourself. You feel young, you feel dynamic, you feel positive, you feel vibration inside. It's like electricity. Wow. It's a consciousness, right? But it just comes by practice. I've been doing for 45 years. Every day at 2 hours, I do it because I love my body. I'm addicted to yoga. Addicted to yoga is life with no disease, but you have to do it. Now I'm going to teach you exercise for COVID-19. This is an airborne virus. It goes from the throat, then goes to the stomach. So what you can do, there are 3 exercises. Also for thyroid cancer. Clench your teeth and breathe in. Hold it for 30 seconds, slowly breathe out. Breathe out. Second exercise is bite your tongue and breathe in. And gently breathe out. Third one is put your tongue at the back and breathe in like this. and gently breathe out. That will help to get rid of your COVID-19 fear, because the thoracic gland inside, the chakra, we call it wheel of consciousness, open up and more oxygen goes in. It goes to the brain, open up the brain cell like this. Oh. So you get energized by breathing. This is another technique. Now, a lot of people don't have time to breathe. So early in the morning when you get up, whoop, so you get 100 kilograms of self-charge. It looks very funny, but really you get energized. It doesn't cost you one dime. People don't know breath. You don't know yoga, real yoga, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. It's breath consciousness, right? Keep you alive. So that's most important. Now, another exercise called, Alom Bilom. Close your right nostril, breathe out from the left. Close your left, breathe out from the right. Then you have to balance it. So your Ida Pingla, sun, moon, this is sun, this is the moon. And inside is Sushumna Nadi, cosmic power. So that balances and opens the chakra inside. And you start feeling the cosmic vibration. You feel the life force. You feel the joy. You feel the love. You feel the peace. You feel the life with cosmic power of breath. Now, heart disease and lung disease and what? Mental health problem. So I'll tell you what to do. There's a very simple exercise for the stomach, heart, lungs. Anybody can do it. Keep your hands on your heart. Breathe in. Now lungs. Keep your hands on your lungs. Breathe in. Clean lungs. Now stomach. Most of diseases start from the stomach. So you can do WHO. WHO. Keep your hands on your stomach. Back straight. WHO. WHO. So you're breathing oxygen and breathing out hatred, jealousy, anger, fear, anxiety, depression. All in your left brain is blocked here. Subconscious mind. So you have to purify your mind to enjoy your life on earth. There's no medicine can clean your mind. No doctor can clean your mind. Yoga is called pranic energy healing. Prana means life force. So when you do right brain, positive sun, moon. Now balance. There is disease. Yoga is a disease-killing medicine. In Ayurveda chapter 7, they call it, you do yoga and breathing and diet and you don't have disease. So there are 5 tools for healthy, happy life. Proper breathing, proper exercise, proper diet, proper sleep, and positive thinking. You can't enjoy life if you are negative in your mind. Negativity comes from your subconscious mind, left brain. People are blocked there. Millions of people are suffering for COVID-19. So I advise them, just do breathing, sit down, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Do it, do it, do it.
Yeah,
Oh, Yogi
yeah, come on, I gotta do it. Your
We
mind will
love
say,
it.
oh, I don't think so. You shut up, idiot. Oh, I'm sorry. You shut up right now.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Yogi
This is,
Pandey, you are so vivacious and so compelling, and we are so grateful to have you share with us today. I have to be the bearer of the bad news, but maybe it's the good news. This gives everyone just a little bit to taste what you do. please check him out on the web. He's on YouTube, friends, and he has been doing this for a very long time. Thank you for sharing your Sunday with us, and happy solstice, happy International Yoga Day. What a joy. I would like to let everybody know that yoga in theory in practice, this is our next phase that we're going to segue into. And we do have a great deal of information about all of our practitioners and everybody that has shared with us today. We have information on stillandmovingcenter.com. You can read bios about these instructors and healers and teachers, find out more information of how you can get in touch with them. Such a wealth of information that's made available. So thank you for spending time with us. Don't leave. We've got some more. I mean, we've got more fun stuff than you can shake a stick at. 4 full hours of all types of inspiration and education. So I would also encourage you, get yourself a little bit of water. If you've been sitting and watching this, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a little passive, but get up and stretch those hip flexors, do some rotations. Inhale, exhale, hinge at the waist, touch those toes, right? If you need some scalp stimulation, that's what I do when they cut away. I get a brush. Ooh, it feels so good, right? Your dogs and your cats like this as well. I'm an animal at heart. Give your scalp a little stimulation. Hit the restart button because it's a great deal of information that you're taking in right now. We're talking about some very complex systems and integration of that and some very serious matters, and we're infused with a lot of joy and a lot of aloha, right? But it's a lot to take in, so make sure you shake it out and move it out. Our next speaker is Dr. David Frawley, and let's learn a little bit about Dr. Frawley. Dr. David Frawley, Pandit Vamadeva Shastri, is a Vedic teacher and an author of 40 published books on yoga, Ayurveda, and Vedic studies translated into 20 languages worldwide. He has received a Padma Bhushan, which is the 3rd highest civilian award of the government of India for his Vedic educational work. He is the director of the American Institute for Vedic Studies in the United States and is regarded as one of the pioneers in the global spread of yoga and Ayurveda over the last several decades. What an honor it is to have Dr. David Frawley with us today. I think you might need to unmute. Yes, wonderful.
Am I okay now?
You are fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. I'm happy to be here with Hawaii's 2nd annual celebration of International Yoga Day. I'm watching the sunset over here in New Mexico. My yoga day began in India, through Saudi Arabia, through United States. I'm very happy to end it in Hawaii. Hawaii is a very mystical place, one of my spiritual homes. Hawaiian language is a mantric language. Hawaiian traditions are deeply spiritual. I want to talk about a deeper aspect of yoga. It reflects my most recent research, what I call simply the yoga of consciousness, from waking, dream, and deep sleep to self-realization. The great Mahayogi of India, Sri Aurobindo, was the one who first said that all life is yoga. He also taught that the human life and human evolution is an evolution of consciousness, not simply in the Darwinian sense of an evolution of body or even evolution of brain. We are part of a deeper evolution of consciousness and awareness. Of course, we do have very far to go, as we well know and can see in the state of our world today. But that is our purpose in life, to bring a greater awareness into the world. Yoga is, first of all, the yoga of consciousness. And we can define that at the highest level very simply as moment by moment awareness. Each moment is a moment of yoga, But actually, there is no moment. There is no present moment. There is only a presence. We usually experience life like the river of time, always going forward and never coming back. But actually, from the deeper yogic awareness, we live in the ocean of eternity, and what we call time, with its days and nights and its seasons and births and deaths, is nothing but waves on the ocean of eternity that rise for a while, have their distinct existence, but always go back to that eternal source. So what is the yoga of consciousness? Yoga is, of course, defined chittavritti nirodha, which is the negation and disidentification with the movements of chitta, or the mind in the broadest sense, of our entire creaturely embodied mind. We are, of course, embodied creatures. That particular mind is limited, it has its patterns, its samskaras, and we must move beyond that to discover what real consciousness is. Mind is always conditioned, it's always limited, it's always trapped in memory and karma. But there is a deeper consciousness or awareness within us, which yoga calls Purusha or Atma, the inner self, and which yoga also calls the seer, the witness, the one who is capable of observing everything. Now, from this standpoint, yoga teaches us a very simple thing. You are not the body, and you are not the mind. You are the inner being, the self, the witness, the seer behind these. We could say the body is like your automobile. It is your vehicle for moving in the material world. The mind is like your computer and software, memory bank, language, rational faculties, all of that. And it is your instrument, just like the computer, instrument of knowing expression outwardly. But consciousness is an inner reality that is behind both these instruments, and consciousness transcends the instruments. In other words, the consciousness that witnesses time and space is inherently beyond time and space. So we say very simply, every moment is a point or a doorway into the eternal. Every location in space is a point, a doorway into the infinite. The purpose of yoga is to move from that embodied mind to that transcendent consciousness that is all pervasive like space. Not so easy, but there are ways to do it. Now, our entire lives are a journey into consciousness, and we have our daily yogic journey in consciousness, waking, dream, and deep sleep. And every day we experience that natural yoga. You have your waking activities. In sleep, your prana and mind withdraw within. In deep sleep, your mind merges into the deeper prana. And then we, of course, awaken gradually for another day. But you can see that you've gone through, in the whole daily process, you've gone through yoga, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. You've had in sleep the deepening of the prana, the pratyahara, and the opportunity for samadhi and meditation, but we do it unconsciously in the state of sleep. What the yogis do is cultivate awareness throughout waking, dream, and deep sleep. There's a lot of interest in yoga nidra today, which is roughly regarded as yogic sleep. It is often taught as a form of relaxation or pratyahara, which is very important. But the deeper yoga nidra is remaining conscious and awake moment by moment through waking, dream, and deep sleep, witnessing from a state of consciousness the movements of the body and the movements of the mind. Just as you can see your hands, you can also see your thoughts. Just as you can see your thoughts, you can also see your ego self. It is possible to observe the entire mental field and to detach yourself from that. Now, what happens when we maintain our awareness into the sleep state? Our dreams, we can transcend the dream, or we can go into the deepest astral realms of devotion. What happens in deep sleep, we can transcend into pure awareness or the formless causal realms of meditation. But every night in deep sleep, we return to the divine, Ishvara. We return to our inner self, the Param Atma. But we do it unconsciously. We have this unconscious samadhi that renews the body and the mind, but we forget, we lose our awareness. If we can maintain our awareness in deep sleep, that is the essence of yoga, that is self-realization. The ignorance, the darkness that we need to cross over is the sleep state. In deep sleep, out of that, we create not only the dream of the dream state, but we create the dream, the Maya of physical reality. So we need to awaken out of the cosmic dream into our deeper, eternal, and spiritual reality that is the inner self. To do that, we must cultivate moment by moment awareness. We must maintain wakefulness. You know, actually, in a lot of the times in the waking state, we're half asleep. In fact, we, from the standpoint of yoga, say the waking state is also a kind of sleep state or dream state. But we have a potential to be awake, to observe, to see, and to experience the infinite space, the boundlessness of nature. In the sleep state, we do move out of our external identity. There we contact the dreams that are the residue or the leftover of our daily experience, or even of our other karmas at different times in our lives. But we can also contact a very deep creative vision there. In deep sleep, we have natural rest. We go to the source of prana, but there's also the source of deeper awareness. There, we can move into the divine peace, the ananda, and the inner grace that is most important. So our true self is not simply the self of the waking state. It is the self of waking, dream, deep sleep. It comes to us at birth. It leaves at death. It is always present. Its home is in the transcendent. And yet that transcendent dwells within the deepest core of the heart, what is called the Hridaya in yoga. Hridaya, or the spiritual heart, is behind and beyond all the chakras. It is not simply another chakra. It is the essence or the core of our awareness, the seat of the self, the seat of prana. Yoga Sutras also teaches that the heart is the seat of the mind, and it is the ultimate place of seeing and knowing. So all yoga should be a yoga of consciousness. If you're not conscious during the asana, it is not yoga. But consciousness of the asana is not being aware of how your body looks. It is not even being aware of the body. It is being aware of the body as not you. It is aware of the body as something outside of yourself and something that you witness from a standpoint of deeper awareness within. Pranayama must also be consciousness of the prana, or it is not pranayama. Pranayama is not simply a breathing exercise. In fact, prana is not even ultimately the breath. Prana is the energy of consciousness itself. So the more consciousness we have, the deeper the prana we have. And the goal of yoga is to move from the outer breath to the inner unitary, immortal prana of self-awareness. And that is what energizes the Sushumna, or the inner central nadi, in which we have all the pranas balanced. but that prana can also be balanced in one-pointed awareness and also in one-pointed prana and one-pointed seeing. Pratyahara is not control of the senses, it's simply consciousness, being aware of the senses, using the senses in a contemplative way, like seeing a beautiful sunset or looking from a high mountain across a deep valley. This deeper pratyahara is turning the senses within and unifying the senses in the reality of the inner seer. The dharana is not simply concentration, it is awareness of the mind, one-pointed awareness of the mind, one-pointed focus of attention, moment by moment state of seeing. And dhyana or meditation is samadhi. Yoga is samadhi. Yoga is defined as samadhi, which is the unitary state of awareness that we are able to sustain as moment by moment awareness, cultivating that vast, expansive, infinite awareness from a central point of self-awareness, concentration, and inner being. So yoga then moves us from meditation into samadhi or the unitary state. So we have this wonderful journey through consciousness every day. And if we can go consciously through waking, dream, and deep sleep, even one day, we can experience the creation of the entire universe within us, which happens out of the state of deep sleep every day. And we can experience the consciousness behind all of our human, creative, and mental experiences. And we can bring about the proper harmonious changes in both the body and the mind. The state of pure awareness is the ultimate source of prana that can heal the body and mind as needed. It is the ultimate place of renewal where we can sustain our ojas in the Ayurvedic sense. It is the essence of Agni, not simply the digestive fire, but also the fire of prana, the fire of the eye, the fire of the mind, and above all, the Chidagni, the fire of consciousness that allows us to digest and burn up and transform all of our negative karmas and samskaras. So we are consciousness in a journey in the material world through the instrumentalities of the body and the mind. We identify ourselves with the body, and with the movements of the mind, we project our awareness or power of seeing at that particular point. What we need to do is to withdraw that power of seeing within and observe things like images seen in a mirror. Yoga says, tada drashtu sarupe avasthanam. The goal is resting in the self-nature of the seer. But the Yoga Sutras also ends with swarupa pratishta chitti shakti. By the way, Shakti is the last word in the Yoga Sutras. You can go there and see. And the last word is Chitti Shakti, which is essentially Chit Shakti, or the seeing power of consciousness. That is the basis of all creation. That is the basis of all awareness. That is the basis of the gunas, the elements, and the doshas. So it's very important we sustain that yoga of awareness. And it's not necessarily an esoteric or transcendent thing. It means being aware of the food we eat, the beverages that we drink, how we move our bodies, how we speak, how we breathe, how we relate to others, how we see the world, self-observation. And also, this goes along with what is the self-inquiry, or the Atma Vichara, the quest for the true self, our true inner being or state of consciousness, the pure I, or the Aham Swarup. Who am I? Beyond and behind the body, beyond and behind the mind, beyond and behind the world of nature, the human world, the entire universe. What is the self? Then that self is the light of consciousness, which is the basis of light in the universe. And it is the space of consciousness, which is the basis of space in the universe. So everything that you see or observe is an expression of your own deeper self, not just your own body and mind. All the other creatures you know have sense organs, motor organs, minds. Oh, there's a presence of life. There's a presence of life in the plants. There is energy, there is light, there is beauty everywhere. All these things are aspects of your self. We define that self very simply in 3 terms: Sat, Chit, Ananda. Sat as pure, boundless, ever-enduring, eternal being. Chit as the also pure, boundless light of consciousness. That is the light that can illumine all the darkness. That is the transparent, clear light behind everything. And Ananda, Ananda is not simply bliss. Ananda is the fullness of awareness, feeling, openness, love, delight, whatever you want to call it. It is that ability to embrace everything from a standpoint of fullness and contentment. And beyond this Satchitananda, there is only name and form, Nama Rupa. Name relating to the mind, Rupa form relating to the body and external objects. Everything is this one self of Sat-Chit Ananda, and the names and forms are the factors of difference. They are the factors of Maya. They are the factors that get us bound into the waves, into the time, the space, the birth, the death, the yesterday, today, and tomorrow, to me and you, the world, the people, the society. All these things are expressions of that same inner light of Satchitananda, or deeper consciousness. So yoga is about bringing us to develop and abide in the yoga of consciousness, which we can also call the supreme yoga, through waking, dream, and deep sleep, through the different times of the day, the seasons of the year, the phases, the rhythms of our lives. All these movement of time add a certain beauty or rasa or essence to the light of eternity. So it's very important that whatever we do as a yoga. And we do as a yoga through being conscious or aware. Whatever you're doing, whether it's sleeping or eating or breathing or thinking or reading or even media, watching all these different things, can become yoga if we do it from that standpoint of inner awareness. People talk of mindfulness today. That's very important, being more aware of things. But we must also go beyond the mind. We must go beyond the outer consciousness, the conditioned mind, the thought-based mind, into that pure awareness. So let us all embrace the yoga of consciousness. Let that inner consciousness flow like a river, but yet having waves like the sea. You exist in the ocean of consciousness, which is the ocean of the heart. All we need to do is merge our minds into the spiritual heart, from the eyes to the throat, deep within into the ocean of the heart. We may have to pass through a secret cave or a cavity to get there. Upanishads teach the entire universe dwells within the small space within the heart, which becomes an infinite ocean, which becomes a boundless light, which is the prime factor, the essence of all existence. And it is that where yoga teaches not simply to unite and integrate with it, but to recognize that you are that. We have this aham brahmasmi, the I, the true I, the self is the divine, the Brahman, the infinite. Sarvam kalviram Brahma, everything is Brahman, everything is the cosmic reality of pure consciousness. So with these words, I thank you for welcoming me here for Yoga Day. May your Yoga Day cover waking, dream, and deep sleep and reside or let you rest in the highest self-realization. May every day be a day of yoga. May every moment be a moment of yoga. May your entire being be one of yoga. You are the inner being of yoga. That is your true self and true nature. Hari Om, Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha, Om Tat Sat.
Dr. Frawley, I feel that I have had this opportunity to sit at the foot of a giant. I know you are likely so humble you would not describe yourself as such, but you didn't have to. I did. Thank you so much for that very deep, profound, complete, detailed, and ancient wisdom that you were able to bring so many subjects of rich knowledge and succinctly pare it down into this little nugget. I took notes. It was like I was back at college because I wanted to have the opportunity to reflect again on what you have shared with us. I feel compelled to let people out there know that I believe we're recording this, so there might be the opportunity to view it at a later date. It is a lot of information to take in, and people learn at different rates and different paces. You might want to just take a little bite-sized piece and watch a little bit every day for the next 2 weeks. There's many roads to Rome, so that's an option. We have 2 more people officially presenting, and I would like to keep this moving only because I understand and respect. I've been listening. They said you want to eat before 7 o'clock. So if we stay on track, that might be an option here. So we have the final practice slated for this evening. It says, clear your space to participate in a Jiva Mukti practice with Sarah McTee. So if you went and got your squishy cushy out and you put the furniture back, this is a great time to clear the space. Make sure you have ample room to move in a way that will support safety and awareness. Yoga instructor Sarah McTee of the Still and Moving Center hopes to let your true self shine through, providing a path to apply yoga in your everyday life. Like many who practice at the Still and Moving Center, Sarah is an ocean-loving yogi specializing in coral reef ecology. She became a dedicated student of the Jiva Mukti style of yoga and will lead us in a 30-minute practice to be followed by a final presentation by Hawaii's own Ramdas Lam from the University of Hawaii Department of Religion.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be here today. And I was very inspired by Dr. Frawley's statement. I feel like International Yoga Day is about bringing yoga into our lives and into our homes so that every day we're living consciously, that every day is Yoga Day. This is our new reality. And no better time than now to be living more consciously. Yes. So to begin, I just want us to all sit very tall. We'll close our eyes and begin with 3 sounds of Om together. The style of yoga, Jivamukti, that I practice is dedicated to moving beyond the physical practice, to integrating our spirit, the body, deeper awareness. We all hold the history of our lives in our bodies, memories. And through the asana practice, we can become more aware and in tune with these memories, with these emotions, and help to move them through, to clear space. Yes? Dr. Kshirsagar talked about sukha being the opening and the flowing of space. So let's do that together now. Exhale the air out of your lungs. Take a comfortable breath in. Bring your hands to your heart. Maybe bow your head slightly. I always like to begin practice with a dedication or an intention. We're moving just beyond our physical presence, but with purpose and intention, sending our energy out to those that need it, whether it's the earth, a community, or someone in your life. Go ahead and open your eyes. And I'm going to practice with you today so we can move together.
Let's go ahead and come to stand at the top of your mat. Bring your big toes to touch. And we'll adopt mountain pose, Tadasana, the arms alongside the body here. As you inhale, reach your arms up and interlace your fingers together. And keep pushing and grounding through your feet. Okay? And we're going to just start by leaning to the left side of the room. So as you exhale, lean over to the left as far as you can. And then inhale, bring the spine back up to center. Exhale to the right. Inhale to the center. We'll do one more round. Exhale to the left. Good. Inhale, reach up, out through the arms. Exhale to the right. Good. Inhale, come back up to the center. As you exhale this time, fold forward and take your hands to the floor, even if you need to bend your knees. Yes. And let's inhale, step the right foot back to lunge. Look forward. And as you exhale, bring the left foot back into downward facing dog. Adho Mukha Svanasana. Inhale, roll your body forward into plank pose. Take your time. And as you exhale, we're going to lower all the way down to the floor. Inhale, just lift the head and chest. Very little weight in the hands, yes? Good. Exhale, head down. Inhale, push into your hands so your hips can come back to your feet for child's pose. 2 breaths in here. And exhale through the nose. Deep breath in through the nose. Exhale out. As you inhale, lift your hips up and tuck your toes under. And exhale, straighten your legs into downward facing dog again. But the legs don't have to be straight. It's perfectly fine to have bent knees. We want, more importantly, the spine to be straight. And as you inhale and exhale,
we're going to try to practice Ujjayi Pranayama. It's a slight constriction in the throat. It allows you to hear your breath. So begin to merge the breath and the body and the mind together. So the asana is a moving meditation. And your next inhale, step your right foot forward between your hands, and you can use your right hand to really help it if we want. Exhale, bring the left foot forward, fold over your legs. As you inhale, push down into your feet, stand up, reach your arms up. And as we exhale, we're going to fold forward again, hands down to the floor. Good. This time, as you inhale, step your left foot back to lunge, look forward. And then exhale, step your right foot back, come into downward facing dog again. Moving mindfully, roll forward into plank pose. As you exhale, lower the body to the floor. Inhale, lift your head and your heart. Exhale, head back to the floor. Inhale, push into your hands, bring your hips back to your heels, child's pose. And as you're in child's pose, really feel how the muscles in the back change with each inhale and exhale. See if you can feel the stretch, the length in the body. Notice how the breath changes the shape and the feel of the body. Good. And then on your next inhale, tuck your toes under and exhale into downward facing dog. Good. Keep breathing, a nice, steady, deep breath. The inhales and the exhales should be the same duration. One of the key elements of Jiva Mukti Yoga is ahimsa, which means non-harming. And we're trying to cultivate non-harming in our lives, both for ourselves, compassion for ourselves, and for those around us. Inhale, step your left foot forward between your hands. Exhale your right foot forward, fold over your legs. Inhale, stand up, reach your arms up, look up. Good, and then exhale, take your hands by your sides, finding mountain pose again. Inhale, we're gonna bend the knees, reach your arms up into Utkatasana. And then exhale, twist to the right. So your left elbow will come outside of your right thigh. Look over your right shoulder. Breathing in. Exhale here. Good. Now inhale, come back to the front. Keep your knees bent. We're just going to change sides. So exhale to the left. Take a nice breath in. Exhale here. Good. Inhale, back up to the front, Utkatasana. Good. Exhale, fold forward, hands down. This time as you inhale, step both feet back so you're in a nice plank pose. And as you exhale, feel free to lower all the way down to the floor, just halfway, chaturanga. Inhale into a back bend of your choice. And then exhale back into downward facing dog. We'll stay here for 5 breaths. So I want to give you options so that you can move with the body as feels right today. Every day is different. And as I was talking about ahimsa, this is part of our asana practice. To be gentle with ourselves, to be kind and non-judgmental, most importantly, non-judgmental. In your next inhale, we're going to step the right foot forward between the hands again. And then exhale, lower your left heel, your back foot to the floor. Inhale, raise your arms up. Maybe bring the hands to touch and just look at your thumbs. This is Virabhadrasana 1, Warrior 1. Exhale out. Breathing in. Exhale, staying very mindful of the breath. Inhale. And exhale. Good. As you inhale, take your hands back to the floor. Step into plank pose. As you exhale, chaturanga or lower all the way to the floor. Inhale into upward facing dog or low cobra. And then exhale, come back, downward facing dog. Inhale, step your left foot forward between your hands. Exhale, lower your right foot to the floor. Turn the toes out a little bit. As you inhale, come up, warrior one, hands touch. Stare right at your thumbs. This is your drishti, the energy of your gaze, that fire Dr. Frawley was talking about. One of the many fires. One more breath here. And then as you inhale, take your hands to the floor, step back into plank pose. Exhale, chaturanga, or to the floor. Inhale, low cobra, or upward facing dog. Exhale, back, downward facing dog. Breathing in. Exhale, take your awareness to your hamstrings. Start to stretch the back of your legs. 2, 3, 2 more breaths. 4, and 5. Good. This time you're going to walk your hands to the back of your mat towards your feet. Good. Now take your peace fingers and thread them between your big toe and your second toe. I'll come a little closer. Big toe and second toe. We're going to come into Padangusthasana. So inhale, reach the spine forward, and then exhale, fold over your legs, dropping your head down. Hollow out the belly. And use your arms to pull the stomach and the chest closer to your legs. One more breath here. Good. You inhale, lengthen your spine forward again. You exhale, release your toes, take your hands to your hips. Inhale, go ahead and stand up now and bring your feet hip width apart. So we're going to do a Jiva Mukti special now. This is a bending tree. So let's balance in our left foot. Turn your right toes out so your right knee is facing the side. And we're going to come into tree pose. So either your foot is against your ankle or your calf or up against your thigh. Yes, we'll bring our hands to our heart. Exhale here. Good. Inhale, reach the arms up. As you exhale, lower your right hand to the top of your right thigh. So your palm is up. Lengthen your spine, grow a little taller. Stabilize the body, push down into your left foot and start to lean to the right, over your right leg. This is your bending tree. The power of yoga to be flexible, like a tree blowing in the breeze. Yes. Strong ground, strong foundation. One more breath here. It's okay if you're wobbling or falling out. That's all part of the strengthening the sensitive small muscles in your ankle. Yes. Bring your hands back to your heart. Bring your right knee forward. Exhale, put the right foot on the floor. Let's do the other side. So inhale, turn your left foot out. As you exhale, place it wherever you did the other leg. So I'm going to put mine up on my thigh, hands to the heart. Exhale. Inhale, reach up. And exhale, left hand down on the left thigh. As you breathe in, lengthen to the right side of your body. Engage your core here as you lean to the left. Use your core muscles to stabilize the body. 2. Inhale. Exhale. 3. Keep drawing your right shoulder back as you lean over that left leg a little more. 1 more breath. Good. Now push down into your right foot. Slowly float the arms up with control. Good. Hands back to the heart. Inhale your left knee forward. Exhale, place the left foot on the floor. Good. So inhale, reach up. We're going to come back to the floor. Exhale, fold forward. As you inhale, walk the hands back out. Good. And then exhale into a nice long downward facing dog. As you inhale, bring your right foot forward between your hands. Exhale the left heel down. Inhale, reach up, warrior 1. Exhale, open Virabhadrasana 2. Inhale, straighten your right leg. Let's come into Trikonasana. So as you exhale, reach over your right foot as far as you can. Hold your torso here and just take your right hand down to whatever is there. And then reach the left arm up, looking at your left thumb. So this is where the gaze, the drishti is in Trikonasana, right at the left thumb there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Push down into your feet, float your arms up. Exhale, bend your right knee so it's right over your ankle. Inhale. And as you exhale, take your right hand, reaching again over your right leg as far as you can, but this time take your right hand to the floor. As you inhale, the left arm comes over your ear at a diagonal. So you can be on your fingertips, fist, or you can have your palm flat. You decide. You can also take your arm to your thigh if giving your hand to the floor doesn't feel right now. One more breath here. Good. Inhale, take your left hand to the floor. Pick your back heel up. Plant your hands. Stay light in your right leg. You're going to step back into plank pose and then roll to the outside edge of your left foot. Yes? You can also take your left knee to the floor. We're coming into side plank. Right arm up. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. And 5. Going to do inhale, take your right hand to the floor. Exhale, hips back, downward facing dog. Take a nice deep breath in. And exhale out. Good. Inhale your left foot forward. Exhale, drop your right heel. Inhale, float the arms up, warrior 1. Now exhale, open the chest to the right, warrior 2. Inhale, straighten your left leg. Exhale, reaching forward, Trikonasana. Inhale, left hand down, right arm up. So you're working to keep your spine right over your left leg. Make sure your chest isn't moving towards the center of the room. Yeah, aligned right over your toes. Your next inhale, push down into your feet so your legs are strong. You can just float the body up. Exhale, bend the left knee. Breathe in. Let's find length through the body. So reach forward as far as you can, and then take the left hand down, right arm over your ear at a diagonal. This is side angle pose, Parsvakonasana. You can feel a nice stretch between your right ribs and your right hip. So keep grounding that right foot into the floor. Maybe spin the chest open towards the ceiling. One last breath. And take your right hand down. Pick up your heel of your right foot. Plant your hands. As you inhale, step back into plank pose, and then roll to the outside edge of your right foot. Vashisthasana, left arm up. You can gaze at your left thumb. Inhale. Exhale, 2. Lift your hips up. 3. You are strong. 4. One more breath. And 5. Good. As you inhale, take your left hand to the floor. This is a tricky one. Knees down. You're going to take your chin a little bit forward of your hands. So make sure your hands are right under your shoulders and not in front of your arm, in front of your shoulders, or this will be very challenging. Chin, chest down. Like an inchworm, push into your hands, lift the head and chest up. Okay. We're going to stay here with the hands on the floor for 5 breaths. 1, 2, just starting to warm up the back. 3, push your toes, all toenails into the floor. 4, and 5. Good. Go ahead And rest the head on the floor. Maybe take your forehead to the floor. And then reach your arms alongside your body. So the fingernails are down, the palms are up. We're going to come into Shalabhasana, locust pose. So as you inhale, float the arms and the chest and the legs, everything off the floor that you can. Inhale. Exhale. Breathe in. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Open your heart. 4. This is like the Superman pose, yes? 5. Go ahead and lay down. Turn your head to the side. Take a nice breath in. Inhale into the back of your heart. And bring your forehead back to the mat. You exhale, bend your knees. See if you can reach back and hold your feet. We're just going to deepen the back bend, deepen the heart opening now. As you inhale, float the thighs off the floor. Float your chest off the floor. Great. Exhale 1. Beautiful. Keep pulling the knees towards each other. 2. 3. See if you can get a smile on your face. 4. So special to practice yoga on International Yoga Day. 5. Good. Go ahead and release down. Turn your head to the other side. Maybe rock your hips out a little bit. You release the low back. And then bringing your forehead or your chin to the floor. Let's take the hands low, kind of by your low ribs here. Push all 10 toenails into the mat. And as you inhale, straighten your arms. Peel your chest off the floor. We're going to come into upward facing dog for 3 breaths. 1, 2, and 3. Good. Tuck your toes under. Pull your belly into your spine. Lift your hips up, downward facing dog. And then as you inhale, slowly walk your feet forward. We're going to sit down. We'll come into one of my favorite twists. So you're going to wrap with your feet on the floor and your knees together. You wrap your left arm around your shins. The right hand comes behind you, and you can use that back hand to sit up really tall. Yeah, and then keep the shoulders relaxed. And twist to look over your right shoulder. Good. Take your awareness back to your breath. And twists can be so powerful for wringing the body out, wringing out all those thoughts and emotions that aren't serving us. As you inhale, turn to face the front again. And we're just going to change our arms. So wrap your right arm over your shins. Take the left hand behind you. Sit up, breathe in. Exhale, twist to the left. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Breathing in. Exhale. Good. Turn forward. Very nice. Let's just straighten our legs now. Dandasana. So you're pulling your feet back towards your body, towards your knees, sitting up nice and tall. Take one more breath here. And as you exhale, hollow out the belly and fold forward over your thighs, coming into Paschimottanasana. And don't worry so much about trying to reach your toes or your feet or past your feet. This is that inner awareness everyone's been talking about today, right? We don't want to be attached to a certain way of looking or being, but bringing awareness into the body, feeling the places that are tight, and letting the breath move with our awareness to those places in the body, in the back or the legs that are asking for a little more space. So that instead of forcing the body into an asana, we become, like it's a communication, a conversation, the body and the mind. Walk your hands in. Let's bend our knees now. And scoot your hips towards your heels. And let's lay down onto your back. We're going to rest here. Open the knees out. You can take your right hand to your stomach and your left hand to your heart. Close your eyes. And then just think about what you want to manifest in your life. Maybe personally or for our society as a whole, for your family. And state that clearly to yourself now, silently, with gratitude. And you can stay here, or if you would like to bring your knees together and extend your legs. I'm just going to let you rest here for 1 minute in Shavasana. Letting your entire body relax, even your bones. And begin to deepen the breath. Maybe bend your knees so you can roll to your side. Just take your time. Be kind to the body. Slowly sitting up, maybe keeping your eyes closed. With your hands at your heart. Let's close with one last sound of Om. Connecting all of us around the world together. This profound vibration. May we manifest a better world together. Honoring you, everyone in your life that has inspired and taught you, to the light within you. Om Bolo Sadhguru Bhagavad Ki Jai. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your mindful and thoughtful practice and sharing with us. We are almost at a close for our International Yoga Day celebration, second annual here at Still and Moving Center. And we have our final speaker, Mr. Ramdas Lam. He is a professor of religion at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where he has been teaching for more than 3 decades. Prior to entering higher education, he was an Hindu sadhu, or an ascetic monk, for nearly 10 years in India. While there, the study and practice of the Ashtanga Yoga system was an integral part of his life, and it remains a focus of much of his continuing research and teachings at the University of Hawaii.
Thank you, Willow. Could you just please briefly tell me how much time I have?
Oh, sure. Let me inquire. How much time? We have 15 fabulous minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank you, Willow. Thank you, Reneé, and the Still and Moving Center for putting on this event today. I think it's very important. I want to talk a little bit about the yoga system and kind of the origins of the system, but I also want to focus on two elements of the system. Many of you practice Hatha Yoga, and it's estimated, today I was recently reading that 20 million plus people in America are practicing Hatha Yoga, and this is great. At the same time, it's important to understand for many, and I know many of you who are listening probably understand it, but there are many who don't, that there are other aspects of the yoga system as well. And I want to look at one element of each of the first two limbs, and these are called yama and niyama. And together, I see them as kind of the moral, ethical guidelines for life, and as well as for the practice of yoga. So, but let's look a little bit about the origins of yoga. It appears, and we don't really know for sure, but Indus Valley, Saraswati Valley, 4 millennia ago at least, the practice of yoga has its origins. And this is a place where the people who lived there were kind of well-to-do relative to the time. All the homes had basically same size. They all had underground sewerage systems to keep them clean. They had toilets in the house. They were vegetarian. There was no animal bones found in any of their dwellings at all to suggest that they were meat eaters. They had no defensive, or no offensive weapons at all. They were simple people, relatively economically secure. They had many comforts in life. We know because they had games that adults played. That's just where dice came from. They also had made toys for their kids. So they had time for adults to play and kids to play. And yet, amidst that, there were those who were not happy. And they were not happy because they were looking for something genuine. And what I mean by genuine is most of our pleasures, and I'm sure they understood that, come from external things, external people or external things. Sensual-based pleasures and material comforts are what bring us joy, okay? But it's temporal. It's temporal and it'll go away. And these early yogis, these early people in the Indus Valley saw that. They wanted something more. And several of them eventually gave up their society, their comfortable lives, moved into the forest, gave up their possessions, and began to look for something deeper. And it is here where the practices of yoga really began. And searching for the inside life, the inside consciousness, what Dr. Frawley was talking about today was very important. That's key to what these early yogis were looking for. And so they sought something that was more eternal, that was less temporal and less external based. And so yama and niyama are the first two limbs. So these precede the asana. And they are restrictions and then kind of niyams, which means something that you do on a regular basis, right? And of the first one, then the very first one is ahimsa, and Willow gave a very good introduction to that today. The importance of nonviolence, and they realize that if I want to develop, if I want to have peace, nonviolence is fundamental. Nonviolence in all aspects of life, and this is what, when they came from a society that was already vegetarian, but they were looking for. They understood that this needed to be integral. Truth also something that needed to be integral. And other things, aparigraha was mentioned, non-greed, non-stealing, etc. In the second, in the niyamas, another element there that I want to talk about is tapasya. And tapasya is restriction of sense-based pleasures Why? Because it is our attachment to these pleasures that cause suffering. Because I'm attached to these pleasures, and when the pleasures, the source of the pleasure is gone, then my pleasure, then my happiness goes away. And so if I'm looking for internal happiness and eternal happiness, then I can't base my pleasures on external comforts, material, temporal comforts. So this was something that was very important to them. So they began to practice things that became known as tapasya: silence, fasting, limiting the amount of clothes they wore. Some went naked, living in solitude, living totally alone, not seeing anyone. These are the kind of practices that they actually developed many of these types of practices, but they were done with the idea that I want to find a happiness that is internal and that is not dependent upon this external. And Dr. Kshirsagar was talking about health and about Ayurveda, and this is where Ayurveda also has its roots. And so we have these early people who became the first yogis and who really led to the development of the yoga system. That did a variety of practices that important. They saw those as fundamental. They saw those as amongst the most fundamental practices for real happiness. Thousands of years later, Patanjali wrote the Yoga Sutra, which basically he collected some of these practices and organized them into the Ashtanga Yoga system. And so this tapasya is something that is really important. The picture that I have behind me, I have it here because I wanted to show you something, talk something about that. So we look at the practice of yoga, which is the second line of the very first verse in the Yoga Sutra is Chittavritti Nirodha, which I translate as calming the wanderings of the mind. It's really calming the waves of the mind, but I think it's the wanderings of the mind that the way we would understand it today. Can I become focused? If I can become focused, I can get a lot done. But I can't become focused if my mind is off searching for things, looking at things, desirous of things, afraid of things, etc. So all of these emotions take us away from our center and take us away from focus on what is real. And so these early yogis, this is what they did. They started doing these practices to bring themselves to a center. And in finding the center, they found themselves. And this is how the system developed. So by the time it gets to Patanjali, it's already been around for several thousand years at least. We don't know exactly. And Patanjali systematized it. And then over the years, a variety of things were added to it. The practice of asana, which Patanjali didn't really emphasize, later on becomes important, especially 5th, 6th century, and then in the 15th century, and then more in the 17th and 18th century. And it's great. And I think it's wonderful that there are so many Americans that are doing these practices. But I think it's important to understand that there are other practices that can be done in conjunction with this. And so I'm going to talk about nonviolence and tapasya, and as I just have. Nonviolence is really important. Think about your life. Think about what is it, what I do. What do I do that causes violence to the world, that causes violence to nature, that causes violence to animals, that causes violence to others? Can I begin to stop those? Can I begin to withdraw myself from practices that hurt? I think we're seeing a lot of what's going on right now with the social justice movement. A lot of pain. There's a lot of pain, and many of us have been involved in perpetuating pain. And it doesn't matter what your ethnicity or your race or your religion or your gender or your nationality. Suffering is caused by people everywhere, and victims of suffering are also everywhere. And so, can I stop that suffering? And one of the ways I can stop it is by stopping my involvement in it, and that's nonviolence. And then the second thing that I want to talk about is tapasya. Tapasya is so important because it's restricting our sensual pleasures and our material comforts. And why? It's the attachment to them. It's the problem. It's not them. but it's the attachment to them. The Buddha said, you know, if you exist, there is suffering. That suffering is caused by your desires. Because when your desires are unfulfilled, then you suffer. So in the monastic order that I was a part of, the practice of tapasya was really important. And one of the practices that was done, and the picture that I have in the back here is these tyagis. One of the practices they will do is during the 4 hot months of the year, usually mid-June to through March, April, May, June to mid-June. They will wait till the hottest time of the day, and they will take dried cow dung and they will create little fires, and they will light them, and then they'll sit in the middle of it, and they'll get totally smoked out, and they'll be there for an hour to 2 hours doing their practice, doing their meditation, doing their chanting. And that's what this gentleman is doing. So he's just lighting the fires. I had other pictures where he's totally covered by smoke, but then you wouldn't see him, so I didn't show you those. But this is a practice. This is your one practice. In other words, get beyond your comforts. One of the things I have my students do is I have them do a 24-hour practice of keeping silence. And think about it. If you really want to know to what extent is my happiness from within, try this just for the heck of it. At some point, today, later on today, tomorrow, the next day, turn off your computer, unplug it, and then take your phone and turn it off, and take the battery out and put it away. I say take the battery out so you go, oh, I should just turn it on and check. No, right? Take your earphones and whatever music, put it in a drawer, right? Tell the people that you are living with or your friends who might call you, I'm going to be gone for a day. And where are you going? Going within. Be alone. Practice being with yourself. Can you do that? If you can, then you will know where your happiness is. I worked at Helela prison for 17 years counseling. I was a voluntary counselor there. And whenever we had somebody who was extremely violent, we would put them in a place called special holding. And that was really the whole. And they'd be alone. They'd have to just be with themselves for 24, 48 hours. It totally freaks them out because they couldn't do it. We need to be able to be with ourselves. If I can't be with myself, how can I be really happy? Because then my happiness is only going to be dependent on external people and external things. And once those people or those things are gone, my happiness is gone. So you're doing wonderful with the practice of Hatha Yoga to learn about your body and to learn to get healthy. And so now let's work on learning to get healthy within, learning to be happy with yourself. And this is what the yogis did. This is really what they were looking for. They were looking for that eternal happiness and that internal happiness that transcends all these dualistic aberrations in the world. So as we kind of getting towards closing out International Yoga Day, think about that. Think about, can I take my practices to another level and really find internal peace? And I hope you do. And I respect all of you who practice, all of you who put out the efforts, and I hope peace upon all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lam. Well, as he had mentioned, we are at a close for this second annual International Yoga Day. But before we leave, we have two other illustrious guests and important people. You might have seen them earlier today. We have Mr. Raj Kumar, President and founder of Gandhi International Institute of Peace. And we have the proprietor and founder of Still and Moving Center, Reneé Tillotson, and they are here to join us for an aloha and some closing thoughts.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if they're unmuted. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to all the GIIP board member and Reneé especially Neela and all the team of Still and Moving Center. They have worked tirelessly the last several months to put this program together. And this is our wonderful second annual International Day of Yoga. We brought great speakers, yoga teacher. We learned a lot. And we need to practice this wisdom from traditional yoga, pranayama, meditation, and Ayurveda. We need to have a holistic approach in our daily life, and we can reform ourselves. That's how with collective consciousness, we can bring a change in the world, and peace will prevail on earth. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste, Raj. And thank you so much, Willow, for emceeing this just marvelous event. And the two women in the background the entire time, Nilanti Vadivil and Emily Carhunt, who were the internal workings of this entire system. I am just kind of jaw dropped at the excellence of the presentations shown today. And I feel so grateful to Raj Kumar for initiating this recognition of International Yoga Day in Hawaii, the first state, I believe, in the nation to do so. And also for suggesting so many and inviting so many of our fine presenters and speakers. And the really superb level to which we went in consciousness as we progressed through our day was really astounding. I feel that we had this unexpected gift from our pause in the way that we normally do things, and leapt up to a new level, actually, that I hope that we will continue into the future, so that we were able to hear people from at least as far away as New Mexico and Alaska, and as well as people in California. We had esteemed officials, representatives from the state of Hawaii with us, and this probably would not have been possible had we not been doing this online. So unexpected benefits from what we thought was a time of real restriction. And Willow, you were so gracious in all of your kind of smooth transitions from piece to piece, and creating a seamless whole for us. Thank you so much. And to all of our presenters, just a really heartfelt thanks to all of us at Still and Moving Center, as well as the Gandhi International Institute for Peace that was the inspiration behind all of this. Namaste, and thank you all so much. Mahalo.